Almighty God, the most beneficent, the most merciful, ever living, ever loving, ever faithful, that cosmic light that resides within all human beings. We give thanks to you, the creator of the universe, and humbly beseech you to direct and prosper the deliberations of the members of this house here assembled for the advancement of your glory and the trust and welfare of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Grant that peace and happiness, truth and justice may be established among us for all generations. Thank you very much.
Announcements by the Speaker.
Honourable members, I have received communication from Mrs. Camille Robinson-Regis, Member of Parliament, member for Trin-City Maloney, who has requested leave of absence for the period September 19th to 30th, and from Mr. Joel Sampson, member for Tobago West, who has requested leave of absence from today's sitting of the House. The leave which the members seek is hereby granted.
Papers.
Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in the name of the Minister of Planning, Economic Affairs and Development. 1 to 2, the annual reports of the Chaguaramas Development Authority for the years 2019 and 2020.
Prime Minister's questions.
Mr. Speaker, may I kindly request that we revert to Prime Minister's questions later in today's proceedings?
Yes, thank you very much.
Urgent questions.
Member for Aruca Lopido.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Minister of Education, given the protest by concerned parents today outside the Rosilac Hindu Primary School, can the Minister urgently state whether there has been reports of a rat infestation at the school, whether these reports have been verified, and what immediate action has been or will be taken to safeguard the health and safety of the children, teachers, and staff of the compound?
Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Education is aware of the reports concerning rodent activity at the Rosilac Hindu Primary School, which is currently housed at the Rosilac Community Centre. These reports have been investigated and verified. But, Mr. Speaker, this is an ongoing matter that is as a direct result of almost 9 years of neglect by the last government. The rebuilding of the Rosilac Hindu School was stopped in 2015 when close to 70% completed. And this school remains decanted into the Rosilac Community Centre, similar to 92 other schools that were left incomplete in 2015. Mr. Speaker, actions taken. While baiting exercises were previously undertaken by the Superior Regional Corporation, the Ministry of Education has placed the health and safety of students and teachers as its top priority. In this regard, I have directed the immediate closure of the Rosilac Hindu Primary School to allow for comprehensive treatment of the premises. An intense program of sanitization and baiting has already been arranged. This program will include deep cleaning, replacement of traps and baits, sealing of entry points, and monitoring to ensure the complete elimination of rodents. The Ministry is working in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, the Superior Regional Corporation, and other relevant stakeholders to ensure the exercise is thorough and the facility is made safe before classes resume. Mr. Speaker, this action is consistent with the Ministry's duty of care to safeguard the well-being of children, teachers, and staff. It is expected that once the sanitization and treatment exercise is completed, classes will resume in the shortest possible time, thereby minimizing disruption to students' learning. The Ministry will continue to monitor the situation closely and take every step necessary to ensure that schools across Trinidad and Tobago remain safe and conducive environments for teaching and learning. Thank you.
Member for St. Anne's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I note the Minister has not given a date for resumption of the school. Is there an expected date for the resumption of the school?
It's not allowed. The question doesn't relate to the primary question. When you look at the question, are you asking of the date of resumption? Well, you could perhaps do so with a little less defiance, but I will answer you nevertheless. The question is, what immediate action has been or will be taken to safeguard the health and safety of the children, teachers, and staff on the compound? How does that, the date of reopening, relate to health, safety immediately? I'm not allowing that question. Member for Kalopino.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, having regard to the response of the Minister of Education with respect to his instructions for the closure of the school, the question to the Minister is, what measures have been taken to ensure the continued education of the children during the rodent eradication exercise?
That is the same question that was just asked by the previous member, masquerading in a different format. But it is the same question. So it is the same question the question as formulated is not allowed. Yes?
Mr. Speaker, the standing orders require members to ask questions from ministers and for supplemental questions to be followed based on the responses of the minister. That is what the standing order requires. Okay? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I listen to your guidance, and your guidance stipulates that members should only ask questions based on the original question posed. But members of the opposition has a right, in accordance with the standing orders of this Parliament, to seek supplemental answers based on the responses given in this House.
Okay, so can you pick up your standing order? And can you tell me which standing order dictates the parameters of supplemental questions? Right. Mm-hmm.
29.7.
A supplementary question shall be held to be out of order by the Speaker if, in his opinion, A, it does not arise from the main question or its answer. It gives information rather than seeking, right? So that's what it is. You're made there. And there is a very legitimate reason for that. The reason being it serves a legitimate public purpose. Okay? Because these are questions on notice for which 1 hour's notice is required. This is a matter that occurred today. 1 hour's notice is required. Obviously, the standing orders would contemplate that the person answering the question must not be caught by surprise, because there's a tension to be achieved, a balance in the tension that exists between parliamentary accountability and the right of the person to provide proper, accurate answers to the Parliament. So one has to achieve a measure of balance insofar as that is concerned. So not allowed, the two questions are over.
Public business. Public business, government business, bills, second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Members, can I revert to earlier on the order paper to statements by ministers? Shall we see?
Statements by ministers.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment of the time of this Honourable House to register and record the victory of Keishan Walcott and the great pride he has brought to Trinidad and Tobago. This is not the first time that he has made us proud. This is the second time, and I'm sure the others will join us in congratulating Keishan for bringing back pride to Trinidad and Tobago by his victory. So I thank you for that. And of course, Jeremie as well. We are so proud of that young man for his victory, gaining silver recently in Japan. So can we thank him as well for the pride. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for this indulgence. I will not be very long because there is some news circulating that the Republic Day awards function has been cancelled. I have no knowledge of that. We met in Cabinet up there yesterday. We fully committed, and we will be proceeding with the Republic Day awards function. I thank you very much.
Minister of Finance. Leader of the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I turn your attention to Standing Order 122. I would like to invoke Standing Order 122 to allow the Minister of Finance to complete his presentation as it relates to the two interrelated bills, the FATF bill and the Proliferation bill.
Members, the question is that the Minister of Finance be allowed to speak until such time as his completion of his contribution under the two bills under consideration.
So I inquire from my colleagues opposite whether the opposition, one member, will have the same amount of time to respond.
The response is no. So can I proceed to put the question as I have just put? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any against?
No.
The ayes have it. The Minister of Finance will be allowed to make his contribution until its completion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 139, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, the Registration of Business Act, Names Act, Chapter 8285, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, to give effect to the obligations of Trinidad and Tobago under the Financial Actions Task Force, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 51, I seek the leave of the House to debate together with this bill the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025, which relate to the same subject matter.
Leave has been granted. Minister of Finance.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And let me also thank members of this Honourable House for agreeing to consider them together, because these bills are not just abstract. They are about giving our country the tools to fight back against crime and corruption. They are about protecting the ordinary citizens, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just for the record, allow me to read again the titles of the bills that we are proposing to debate today. The first bill, an act to amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Financial Intelligence Act, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, 8101, the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, the Registration of Business Names Act, Chapter 8285, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2009, to give effect to the obligations of Trinidad and Tobago under the Financial Action Task Force. The second bill will be an act to provide the implementation of the recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, the FATF, with respect to measures to counter proliferation financing, to make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act and for related matters. Mr. Speaker, these two vital bills provide strong protection against both crime and criminality. With their passage, Trinidad and Tobago will have a robust legislative framework to properly deal with the proceeds of crime, including cross-border activities and the kind of white-collar crime that has already robbed this nation of billions of dollars and destroyed thousands of lives. Mr. Speaker, we promised the people that we would tackle these issues head-on. Today, with these bills, that promise made is now a promise kept. Mr. Speaker, I start first with the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025, and then I will move on to the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025. Allow me to provide an introduction to the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025 for members present and the listening audience. At first glance, Mr. Speaker, this bill may appear to be a highly technical piece of legislation, but in truth, it is one of the most consequential bills that will come before this Honourable House during this parliamentary session. Its importance lies not only in the amendments it introduces across 13 different pieces of legislation, but in what those amendments mean for the protection of our financial system, our international reputation, and ultimately our economy and the welfare of our people. Mr. Speaker, the passage of this bill is a crucial and substantial initiative by the government of Trinidad and Tobago to fortify our legal and regulatory framework against money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. This bill comes at a critical moment, Mr. Speaker. Trinidad and Tobago is preparing for the on-site fifth-round mutual evaluation for anti-money laundering, countering the financing of counter-terrorism. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. This bill comes at a critical moment. Trinidad and Tobago is preparing for the on-site fifth-round mutual evaluation for anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, counter-proliferation financing by the Financial Action Task Force in March 2026. Mr. Speaker, this evaluation is not a routine administrative exercise. It is a searching, rigorous, and demanding assessment of how effectively our nation complies with the global standards on anti-money laundering, counter-terrorist financing, and counter-proliferation financing. The FATF's 40 recommendations and 11 immediate outcomes set the benchmark, Mr. Speaker. They require that countries not only enact legislation, but also demonstrate real, measurable effectiveness in preventing, detecting, and prosecuting financial crimes. In this environment, Mr. Speaker, where effectiveness carries as much weight as technical compliance, this bill is a lifeline. It ensures that Trinidad and Tobago will enter that evaluation with a strengthened framework that reflects global best practice and demonstrates our seriousness of purpose. We are on this side, Mr. Speaker, we on this side are committed. And I say to my colleagues opposite that we look forward to your support for the smooth passage of this bill and the other bill to come. Mr. Speaker, we know from hard experience the costs of failing to meet FATF standards. Trinidad and Tobago in the past faced the scrutiny of grey listing. We know what it means to be viewed as a jurisdiction with strategic deficiencies. That is what happened previously, Mr. Speaker. Such a label is not merely symbolic. It reflects our ability to maintain corresponding banking relationships, raises the cost of international transaction. It discourages foreign direct investment, and, Mr. Speaker, it undermines confidence in our financial system. Every exporter, every importer, every citizen who seeks to send or receive international payments is put at risk when our financial system is not trusted. Mr. Speaker, we cannot go back down that road again. As Minister of Finance, as a representative of this government, Mr. Speaker, I want to give the assurance to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago that this government, under the leadership of the Honourable Kamala Prasad-Visesa, is taking every possible action to achieve full legal compliance and to ensure that our financial systems are never again compromised by the failures that existed before April 2025. Following its fourth round mutual, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago is found to have strategic deficiencies strategic deficiencies in its anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing regime. As a result, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago was placed into procedural trigger 3 of the FATF's support and compliance process, an intermediate level requiring enhanced monitoring and technical assistance, particularly addressing the gaps, Mr. Speaker, related to FATF Recommendation 40 and the Egmonts Group's information exchange principles. Mr. Speaker, in its 2015 mutual evaluation, Trinidad and Tobago was found to have critical shortcomings in several other FATF recommendations. The country was partially non-compliant or partially compliant regarding foundational areas such as risk assessments, sanctions, customer care due diligence, wire transfers, and NGO sector oversight. A more recent assessment, Mr. Speaker, advised that Trinidad and Tobago has achieved full compliance in some of these areas, including sanctions implementation recommendation 6, customer due diligence recommendation 10, and wire transfers recommendation 16. Improvements were also made in sanctions against proliferation financing recommendation 7 and information exchange or international cooperation recommendation 40, bringing us to a largely compliant standard. Notably, however, Mr. Speaker, oversight of non-profit organization, which is recommendation 8, moved forward from non-compliance to partial compliance, showing some momentum, but indicating that substantial work still is required to be done. Mr. Speaker, FATF's report titled Improving Global AML CFT Compliance Ongoing Process notes that Trinidad and Tobago has made a high-level political commitment to work with the FATF and Caribbean Financial Action Task Force, CFAT, to strengthen the effectiveness of its AML CFT regime and address any related technical deficiencies as a country identified as having strategic deficiencies. This was evidenced by our ongoing effort and ability to gain approval for the counter-terrorism strategy by the National Security Council, the issuance of a case prioritization policy, and the advancing legislation in a number of areas. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the FATF recommends that jurisdictions identified as having strategic deficiencies complete the implementation of action plans expeditiously and within stipulated timeframes. In advancing, the FATF proposes that Trinidad and Tobago should continue to work on implementing its action plan to address its deficiencies by 1. Adopting and implementing the relevant measures to enhance international cooperation. 2. Addressing issues related to transparency and beneficial ownership. 3. Completing the legislative efforts to enhance the processing of money laundering charges before courts. 4. Taking measures to enhance tracing and confiscation of criminal proceeds. 5. Prioritizing and prosecuting terrorist financing cases where they arise. 6. Enacting the necessary amendments related to targeted financial sanctions and implementing measures to monitor NPOs on the basis of risk. And 7. Developing and adopting and implementing the necessary framework to counter-proliferation financing. Mr. Speaker, it is crucial that Trinidad and Tobago possess the necessary rules, regulations, and operational infrastructure that are the building blocks for an effective system to tackle illicit financial inflows and outflows, Mr. Speaker. And this government is committed to making sure that that happens, Mr. Speaker. This bill demonstrates that this government is unwavering in its commitment to strengthen our anti-money laundering and counter-financing of terrorism regime and addressing the technical compliance gaps identified by the FATF. Mr. Speaker, I now intend to examine the miscellaneous provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025, which contains 15 clauses on a clause-by-clause basis. I also want to mention, Mr. Speaker, that there's a short list of amendments which will be circulated to members shortly. This list contains minor amendments to clauses 3, 11, 12, and 15. Mr. Speaker, Clause 1 contains the short title of the bill, which is cited as the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Act 2025. Clause 2 of the bill provides for the commencement date of the bill, which is to be fixed by proclamation of the President, and which is necessary given the need to ensure that operational and crucial legislative requirements can adequately be addressed. Mr. Speaker, Clause 3 amends the Trustees Ordinance Chapter 4 of 1939. This amendment is aimed at ensuring that all express trusts are registered to allow for greater transparency. Any trust that is not registered will now be null and void. Trustees, therefore, must register within 14 days of creation or within 3 months for pre-existing trusts. They must disclose beneficial ownership details, including names, dates, and places of birth, and must notify the Registrar General within 30 days of any change. Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments in Clause 3 are crucial for enhancing the transparency and beneficial ownership of express trusts. These are directly related to the Financial Action Task Force's Recommendation 25, Transparency and Beneficial Ownership of Legal Arrangements. Without this, Mr. Speaker, trusts can be and has undoubtedly been used as secret vehicles to launder money. By requiring registration now, updating of particulars, and penalties for non-compliance, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to say that we are closing one of the most serious gaps in our system. Mr. Speaker, the amendments modernize trust regulation by imposing mandatory restrictions, mandatory registration and updates, introducing timelines for compliance and ongoing reporting, ensuring beneficial ownership information is available to complement and competent authorities, and to introduce proportionate penalties with capped liabilities and ministerial flexibility to exempt categories of trusts. Beneficial ownership transparency is also strengthened through expanding reporting duties and access for competent authorities. Apart from strengthening compliance with FATF Recommendation 25, Mr. Speaker, Recommendation 10 on record keeping and Recommendation 35 on effective sanction is also triggered, and gaps related to beneficial ownership transparency and enhancing Trinidad and Tobago's AML-CFT framework are closed. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 seeks to amend the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, by addressing gaps that were highlighted in both the FATF technical assessment and by international conventions. These amendments transform the Prevention of Corruption Act into a more comprehensive anti-corruption framework by criminalizing a wider range of misconduct, including deprivation of state revenue, bribery in public procurement, bribery of foreign officials, and embezzlement of public resources while safeguarding the investigatory process. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, I would like to repeat that for some of the members opposite, because we fall directly in their gaps, Mr. Speaker. These amendments transform the Prevention of Corruption Act into a more comprehensive anti-corruption framework by criminalizing a wider range of misconduct, including deprivation of state revenue, bribery in public procurement, bribery of foreign officials, and embezzlement of public resources while safeguarding the investigatory process. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago must never find itself again in the position where we were over the last few years, where the Office of the Procurement Regulator, the Auditor General, and others in this very Parliament sounded an alarm, where billions of taxpayers' dollars were spent illegally on projects that no one could verify. Billions siphoned their way into the private pockets of a few crooked individuals, all at the expense of the ordinary taxpayer. It is time, Mr. Speaker, that those who commit the crime must pay the price and face the time. Mr. Speaker, collectively, these amendments proposed in this bill expand the list of predicate offences for money laundering, FATF Compliance Recommendation 3, strengthen anti-bribery measures, enhance the responsibilities of law enforcement and investigatory authorities as required in Recommendation 30, and improve international cooperation by addressing foreign bribery in the context of Recommendation 37. Mr. Speaker, in addition to strengthening Trinidad and Tobago's technical compliance with FATF recommendation, the amendment of the Act to insert the definitions of embezzle and foreign public official are important to bring clarity and to ensure alignment with Article 16 of the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, which requires criminalization of bribery of foreign public officials. Mr. Speaker, the criminalization of bribery of a foreign public official further strengthens Trinidad and Tobago's ability to prosecute transnational corruption cases. Clause 5, Mr. Speaker, amends the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, to enhance our framework for international cooperation in criminal matters, in line with FATF Recommendations 38, that is, the mutual legal assistance, freezing, and confiscation. Mr. Speaker, the reforms broaden the scope of international cooperation in criminal matters by explicitly including seizure and freezing orders, clarifying procedures for enforcement, and allowing cost recovery and sharing arrangements. They also relax the dual criminality requirement for non-coercive requests and strengthen the authority of the central authority to provide related assistance without requiring supplemental requests. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act strengthen Trinidad and Tobago's international cooperation framework in several important, critical ways, Mr. Speaker. By expanding the definition of criminal proceedings to include seizure and freezing orders, the law ensures that broader asset preservation measures can be supported, directly aligning with FATF Recommendation 38. The explicit inclusion of communication and cooperation provisions enhances the speed and efficiency of exchanges, supplementing Recommendation 40, which is other forms of international cooperation. Mr. Speaker, widening the scope of freezing, seizure, confiscation, or forfeiture orders broadens the range of enforceable foreign orders and the relaxation of dual criminality requirements for non-coercive requests and authorization for the central authority to provide related assistance without supplemental requests. This removes the barriers to cooperation, reinforces compliance with Recommendation 37 and 38, mutual assistance, and Recommendation 40, other forms of international cooperation. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the Act additionally introduces asset sharing and cost sharing arrangements with foreign states, which heavily incentivizes cooperation and ensures equitable burden sharing allowance, along with reliance on foreign judicial findings without local investigation and extension to external seizure and freezing orders, thus streamlining enforcement in line with Recommendation 38. Mr. Speaker, Clause 6 amends the Proceeds of Crime Act 1127 to bring it fully in line with FATF requirements. The amendments significantly broaden and modernize Trinidad and Tobago's anti-money laundering and asset recovery framework by expanding key definitions, strengthening confiscation and restraint order powers, criminalizing dealings with criminal property, providing legal cover for undercover operations, enhancing supervisory authority obligations, and updating the financial obligations regulations to address new risks like virtual assets. Mr. Speaker, through this, we are given real legal teeth to our law enforcement agencies, including the courts, in this battle against crime. Mr. Speaker, with the amendment of the definition of property to now include virtual assets, bearer instruments, and natural resources, and the replacement of drug trafficking with the wider concept of criminal conduct, the law now captures all forms of illicit proceeds, reinforcing FATF's recommendation 3 on money laundering offences and FATF recommendation 15 on new technologies. Mr. Speaker, confiscation and restraint orders are strengthened, given courts and the DPP flexibility to initiate, vary, and enforce orders even when asset values change, upholding the requirements of the FATF recommendation 4 to prioritize asset recovery. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we are giving power and teeth to the authorities to go after money laundering and asset recovery. Mr. Speaker, law enforcement will now be empowered to use covert techniques such as undercover operations and controlled deliveries with legal protection, bolstering investigative capacity as required in FATF Recommendation 31. Supervisory authorities will be mandated to apply risk-based monitoring of financial institutions and listed businesses, while National Anti-Money Laundering Committee, its duty of conducting and upholding and updating the national risk assessments to guide coordinated responses to money laundering, terrorism financing, and proliferation financing, is enhanced to encourage a risk-based approach to identifying AML-CFT threats in line with FATF Recommendation 1. Mr. Speaker, the new schedule to the Financial Obligations Regulation introduces a structured framework for classifying breaches as moderate, serious, or very serious, and links the materiality of each contravention to corresponding administrative fines. It establishes a revenue-based methodology for listed businesses and an asset size-based methodology for financial institutions, ensuring proportionality between the size of the entity, the gravity of the breach, and the penalty imposed. Mr. Speaker, together these reforms create a comprehensive and flexible framework that enhances asset recovery, improves financial transparency, strengthens regulatory oversight, and equips law enforcement with robust investigative tools, thereby closing the substantial FATF-identified gaps and aligning the country's regime with international AML-CFT standards. We are doing all of that, Mr. Speaker, within the first 6 months of having come into office. Mr. Speaker, by clarifying liability for compliance failures and broadening the scope of predicate offenses, the legislative regime enhances deterrence and improves compliance with FATF Recommendation 35 on sanctions, Recommendation 10 on customer due diligence, Recommendation 18 on internal controls and foreign subsidiaries, and Recommendation 26 on regulation and supervision of financial institutions. I turn now to Clause 7, Mr. Speaker, which amends the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, and closes major gaps in our counter-terrorism financing regime and gives effect to a number of international conventions, Mr. Speaker. The amendments to the Anti-Terrorism Act and its regulation greatly improves Trinidad and Tobago's counter-terrorism framework by expanding the definition of property to include virtual assets and internationally protected persons, thereby ensuring compliance with FATF Recommendation 5 on terrorist financing and Article 2 of the 1999 International Convention for the Suppression of the Financing of Terrorism. New offenses, including the prohibition of unmarked plastic explosives and the acquisition of nuclear material, reinforces Trinidad and Tobago's commitment to complying with conventions such as the 1991 Convention on the Marking of Plastic Explosives and the 1980 Convention on the Physical Protection of Nuclear Material. These amendments refine Trinidad and Tobago's international treaty obligations while reinforcing FATF's Recommendation 5 and 7 on terrorist financing and targeted financial sanctions related to proliferation. Mr. Speaker, the strengthened asset freezing and targeted sanctions regime covering erroneous listings enhances the Attorney General's powers, immediate freezing and reporting duties for financial institutions and listed businesses, and a tiered system, administrative fines and framework. This brings the Act into alignment with FATF Recommendation 6 on targeted financial sanctions related to terrorism and terrorism financing. Mr. Speaker, the enactment of provisions in the Act relating to due diligence and suspicious transaction reporting implement FATF Recommendations 10 and 20, while new investigative powers speaking to control delivery, undercover operations, and ex parte applications align with FATF Recommendations 29 to 31 on operational and law enforcement requirements and Articles 19 to 20 of the UN Convention Against Transnational Organized Crime 2000. My apologies. Mr. Speaker, stronger penalties, including life imprisonment and multi-million-dollar fines, will ensure compliance with FATF Recommendation 35 on effective sanctioning measures. Collectively, these reforms close major legislative gaps, operationalize obligations under 7 major UN counter-terrorism conventions, and strengthen our national security and international credibility through full alignment with FATF standards. Mr. Speaker, Clause 8. Clause 8 amends the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, by inserting 2 new sections on the admissibility of evidence and relevant definitions in respect of controlled deliveries and undercover operations. We are providing substantial support for the operationalization of FATF Recommendation 31, which require competent authorities to have the necessary investigative powers to combat money laundering and terrorist financing. We are putting power into the hands, Mr. Speaker, of those who need it most to fight crime. Mr. Speaker, the strengthening of investigative powers of the police service against organized crime, the provision of statutory backing for the use of controlled deliveries and undercover operations, and guaranteed admissibility of covert evidence, closing loopholes where such evidence might otherwise have been challenged as inadmissible, aligns Trinidad and Tobago with FATF Recommendation 30, that is, the use of special investigative techniques for treating with money laundering and terrorist financing cases. To this end, Mr. Speaker, law enforcement can now conduct covert operations against drug cartels, terrorist financiers, arms traffickers, and money launderers with an assurance that resulting evidence will be admissible in court. This is expected to lead to more successful prosecutions of complex and high-level criminal cases. We are taking the fight to the criminal at every level, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, it has been our experience that evaluators always ask, can covert operations produce evidence that stands up in court? This clause, Mr. Speaker, firmly answers yes. It strengthens our investigative tools, ensuring that criminal cases are not lost because evidence is inadmissible. Mr. Speaker, Clause 9 makes amendments to the FIU-TT Act, Chapter 7201, to improve the effectiveness of the Financial Intelligence Unit as both a financial intelligence unit and supervisory authority tasked with strengthening the AML-CFT-CPT supervision. For members of the listening audience, Mr. Speaker, the AML-CFT-CPT legislation deals with the anti-money laundering, countering the financing of terrorism, and the Counter-Proliferation financing legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to this act seek to strengthen the FIU-TT's enforcement powers through oral directives, penalties, and publication of fines. It extends the registration and renewal requirements for listed businesses and non-regulated financial institutions. It empowers the FIU-TT to refuse or revoke registration for unfit or high-risk persons or entities. It expands the supervisory cooperation and information sharing with regulators and law enforcement. It introduces risk-based monitoring requirements and power to demand financial statements, extend the AML, CFT, CPF compliance obligations to non-profit organizations, and replace certain criminal penalties with administrative fines to streamline enforcement. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the FIU-TT Act aim to bring Trinidad and Tobago's legislation in direct harmonization with the FATF definitions, standards, and technical compliance requirements, mainly FATF Recommendation 26 on regulation and supervision of financial institutions and Recommendation 29 with regards to financial intelligence units. In essence, then, Mr. Speaker, the FIU-TT will operate more like a regulator in addition to acting in the capacity of an intelligence unit. Entities under its supervision will face higher compliance costs and obligations, but the system will be far more robust against money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing risks. Mr. Speaker, FATF Immediate Outcome 6 focuses on the effectiveness of the FIU. This clause ensures our FIU is not just a paper tiger, but it will be a strong, agile, and effective watchdog. Evaluators will look closely at FIU powers, and this legislation strengthens our hands considerably. Mr. Speaker, Clause 10 seeks to amend the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, to empower the Board of Inland Revenue with investigative powers necessary to detect and deter tax evasion. This is an important development in our legal framework, Mr. Speaker, because for the first time, and may I repeat, for the first time, the BIR will have explicit statutory authority to investigate tax-related offenses rather than being confined to its traditional role of assessing returns and collecting revenue. For the first time, the BIR will have explicit statutory authority to investigate tax-related offenses, Mr. Speaker. This amendment authorizes the BIR to investigate offenses under the Income Tax Act and other offenses that come to its attention, exercise all powers given under the Income Tax Act or other laws, take and record statements from taxpayers, employees, agents, or any other relevant person, require production of books, records, and documents, and cooperate with law enforcement and competent authority, subject to the safeguards in Section 4 of the Act. With specific regard to tax crimes, Mr. Speaker, that are predicate offenses for money laundering under FATF Recommendation 3, the money laundering offense will be addressed, as this amendment ensures that Trinidad and Tobago can fully investigate and prosecute tax-related money laundering. Furthermore, these amendments enhances evidence-gathering capability in tax evasion and related financial cases, crime cases, strengthens investigative reach, and closes loopholes that allow offenders to withhold information. The amendments, Mr. Speaker, will also improve interagency coordination in tackling tax evasion, money laundering, and terrorist financing. In essence, then, Mr. Speaker, tax evaders and those using tax structures to launder money and finance terrorism will now face greater risk of detection and prosecution, as the BIR will operate more like a law enforcement body in financial crime matters. Mr. Speaker, FATF Recommendation 3 9 and 31 make clear that countries must treat tax evasion as a serious financial crime and must empower competent authorities, including the tax authority, with adequate investigative powers. In previous evaluations, Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago was found lacking in this area, and Clause 10 directly addresses that deficiency. It ensures that when FATF examiners arrive on our shores for the 5th round on-site mutual evaluation, we can demonstrate for the first time that our tax authority is not a passive administrator, but an active enforcer within the AML-CTF framework. But, Mr. Speaker, the importance of this amendment goes beyond satisfying FATF's technical requirements. Tax evasion robs the state of much-needed revenue, undermines public confidence in the fairness of the tax system, and provides fertile ground for broader tax schemes. Those who launder the proceeds of crime often disguise their activity through fraudulent filings, offshore arrangements, and shell companies that conceal taxable income. By empowering the BIR with investigative authority, we are equipping the state to protect the Treasury, reduce opportunities for abuse, and reinforce the integrity of our financial system. This amendment is essential not only to pass our mutual evaluation, but also to safeguard our country and ensure that every citizen and business contribute fairly to national development. Mr. Speaker, we are aggressively seeking to protect the public purse, an objective that every member of this Parliament should endorse today. I call on citizens to pay close attention to this debate, to see clearly where each of their elected representatives stands in the fight against crime and criminality. Mr. Speaker, Clause 11 amends the Companies Act by enhancing beneficial ownership transparency and corporate accountability. The reforms of the Companies Act focus on prohibiting nominee directors in order to prevent the misuse of nominee arrangements to conceal beneficial ownership, extending offences and compliance duties to external companies, expanding beneficial ownership disclosure, and requiring timely access by competent authorities. For far too long, Mr. Speaker, nominee directors and opaque ownership structures have allowed companies to be misused as fronts for money laundering, tax evasion, and corruption. This clause prohibits the appointment of nominee directors and strengthens the annual return obligations for external companies. These arrangements, Mr. Speaker, align with FATF Recommendation 24 on beneficial ownership transparency and Recommendation 25 on legal persons. When effective, amendments intend to improve transparency of corporate control and prevents the use of nominees from hiding behind beneficial owners consistent with the FATF recommendation requirements. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the most crucial areas of our upcoming 5th round mutual evaluation. Evaluators obviously will question whether Trinidad and Tobago can identify the true natural persons behind legal entities, and this clause 11 will allow us to answer with confidence. It ensures that competent authority have timely access to accurate information. It closes dangerous loopholes, and it strengthens our ability to prevent companies from being used as anonymous shells for illicit activity. Mr. Speaker, Clause 12 amends the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, and introduces similar beneficial ownership requirements for partnerships. The amendments strengthen beneficial ownership transparency, revise the penalty regime, and introduce a penalty waiver mechanism for partnerships. Clause 12, Mr. Speaker, seeks to insert more detailed beneficial ownership information as required in registers and mandate that partnerships must provide beneficial ownership information to competent authorities within 30 days of request. Furthermore, the penalties for late filing is reduced and capped, with the minister empowered to amend and providing a ministerial waiver to allow amnesties for late filings. Mr. Speaker, by the imposition of a statutory duty to disclose beneficial ownership information promptly upon request, we are giving law enforcement agencies timely access and ensuring cognizant, consistent alignment with the Proceeds of Crime Act definition of competent authorities. It strengthens transparency of partnerships and ensures investigative authorities can access beneficial ownership data quickly, closing the FATF identified gap in Trinidad and Tobago under Recommendation 24. Furthermore, making penalties more proportionate and predictable ensures that partnerships face deterrence but not excessively financial burdens, and provides flexibility by allowing the minister to adjust penalties without amending the Act. The effect of these amendments encourages compliance while maintaining fairness, supporting FATF's proportionate requirement of the recommendations, Mr. Speaker. In practice, Mr. Speaker, partnerships can no longer hide beneficial owners or indefinitely delay filings. By extending beneficial ownership obligations to partnerships, this government is demonstrating that we are serious about closing every possible loophole and ensuring that no legal entity can be exploited to hide the proceeds of crime. The registry will be more accurate, enforcement agencies will have faster access to data, and Trinidad and Tobago will be closer to compliance with FATF Recommendation 24. Mr. Speaker, Clause 13 seeks to amend the Registration of Business Names Act, Chapter 82-85. The amendments therein ensures that all businesses operating in Trinidad and Tobago are registered promptly, introduced stricter timelines, clearer penalties, and a new waiver mechanism for firms and individuals required to register business names. These amendments seek to further promote compliance and transparency in line with the FATF Recommendation 24 on beneficial ownership and legal persons. Mr. Speaker, while some may think this is an administrative matter, it is in fact a crucial reform for our anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regime. FATF standards make it clear that criminals often use small informal business structures as fronts to launder illicit funds. By bringing sole traders and small enterprises firmly within the compliance net, Clause 13 ensures that competent authorities will have visibility into who is actually behind these businesses, and evaluators will see that Trinidad and Tobago has a risk-based framework that does not leave out any sector. Mr. Speaker, Clause 14 amends the Securities Act 8302 and strengthens oversight of registrants under the Securities Act. These amendments significantly enhance transparency, accountability, and integrity within the Trinidad and Tobago's securities sector. The scope of beneficial ownership is broadened to capture indirect and ultimate control. Robust financial reporting obligations for registrants are introduced. Proportionate sanctions for non-compliance is enforced, and fit and proper tests are enhanced to exclude entities and individuals linked to terrorism financing, sanctions breaches, or securities fraud. Mr. Speaker, these amendments additionally set timelines, auditing standards, qualifications for auditors, and empowers Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission to act on deficient reports. The insert of a Part 4 significantly strengthens financial transparency and accountability of all registrants. It establishes clear statutory deadlines, imposes auditing standards and obligations for auditors to alert the TTSEC, gives TTSEC explicit enforcement powers in cases of deficiencies, and provides regulators with continuous and comparable financial data for effective supervision. This closes a gap identified by the FATF group in monitoring these designated non-financial businesses and professions and securities actors. It ensures that the TTSEC can identify risks earlier, intervene where registrants show financial weaknesses, and hold both registrants and auditors accountable. Mr. Speaker, in addition to financing compliance monitoring, necessary for FATF Recommendation 26 to ensure securities intermediaries are adequately supervised and collectively, these amendments advance compliance with FATF Recommendation 10 on beneficial ownership of legal persons, 25 on transparency and beneficial ownership of legal arrangements, 27 on powers of supervisors, and 35 on sanctions, bolstering the country's AML-CFT framework and aligning our securities regulation with global standards. Mr. Speaker, Clause 15 amends the Non-Profit Organization Act No. 7 of 2019 and seeks to enhance transparency and compliance obligations for non-profit organizations. Mr. Speaker, the amendments to the NPO Act enhance the accountability and regulatory oversight of NPOs in Trinidad and Tobago by requiring disclosure of branch information and beneficial ownership data, adjusting penalties to ensure fairness while maintaining deterrence, extending compliance duties to members, and enabling ministerial discretion to waive penalties. Their law aligns more closely to global AML-CFT standards. These reforms strengthened compliance within FATF Recommendations 8 on non-profit organization, 24 on transparency and beneficial ownership of legal persons, 25 on transparency and beneficial ownership of legal arrangements, and 35 on sanctions, mitigating risks of misuse of NPOs, non-profit organizations that is, for money laundering or terrorist financing. In the upcoming mutual evaluation on site, Mr. Speaker, evaluators will question whether Trinidad and Tobago has implemented proportionate measures to protect the sector while enabling it to function effectively. Clause 15, this clause, Mr. Speaker, ensures exactly that balance. It provides regulators with the information they need to identify risks and act where there are concerns, while also giving legitimate charities and NGOs the space to continue their vital work. This is not only about compliance, but protecting the integrity of our non-profit sector, which so many of our citizens depend on. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025, which I will also go through clause by clause. This bill forms a crucial pillar of Trinidad and Tobago's national anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, counter-proliferation financing strategy. Mr. Speaker, the issue at hand is one that lies at the very heart of our national security, our international obligations, and the protection of our financial system. That is, the urgent need for comprehensive risk-based legislation to counter proliferation financing. For the benefit of the listening audience, Mr. Speaker, proliferation financing is the act of providing funds or financial services that support a wide range of activities, including the development, manufacture, acquisition, or spread of weapons of mass destruction and the systems that deliver them. This includes nuclear, chemical, and biological weapons, instruments so destructive that they threaten international peace, security, and humanity itself. Mr. Speaker, we cannot underestimate this risk. Around the world, states and non-state actors have sought to acquire nuclear technology, chemical agents, and biological materials. To do so, they rely on financing, the oxygen without which proliferation cannot survive. While direct involvement in proliferation financing is deliberately and typically deliberate, regulated entities can inadvertently become enablers due to gaps in controls, insufficient awareness, or inadequate compliance mechanisms. Indeed, we have seen around the world how front companies and trade transactions have been used to acquire dual-use goods. Those are items with both civilian and military applications, and which are later diverted to weapons programs. We have also seen funds moved across borders through seemingly ordinary transfers, only to be used to fuel activities that undermine international peace. In every case, Mr. Speaker, financial systems were instrumental in enabling these transactions. Without robust legislation, Mr. Speaker, our financial sector will remain vulnerable and capable of being exploited by those who recognize that vulnerability. It is therefore critical that we act with haste to ensure that we are not utilized as a conduit, which will cause us to be exposed to reputational harm, financial exclusion, and even international sanctions. Mr. Speaker, the FATF has made our obligations clear. FATF Recommendation 1 explicitly states, and I quote, "Countries should identify, assess, and understand the money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing risks for the country, and should take action, including designating an authority or mechanism to coordinate actions to assess risks and apply resources aimed at ensuring the risks are mitigated effectively." Notably, Mr. Speaker, this requires us to adopt a risk-based approach. This means that governments, supervisors, financial institutions, and listed businesses must understand where they are vulnerable and must apply enhanced measures where risks are higher. Legislation, Mr. Speaker, is the backbone of this risk-based approach. Without it, financial institutions, listed businesses lack clear authority and regulators lack teeth. Proposed regulations must therefore mandate risk assessments of proliferation financing threats and empower the regulators and financial institutions to apply enhanced due diligence in high-risk areas. FATF Recommendation 7 provides, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "Countries should implement targeted financial sanctions to comply with UN Security Council's resolutions related to the prevention, suppression, and disruption of proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and its financing. These resolutions require countries to freeze without delay the funds or assets and to ensure that no funds or other assets are made available directly or indirectly to or for the benefit of any person or entity designated by or under the authority of the United Nations Security Council," end quote. In other words, Mr. Speaker, the creation of law which prohibits any citizen, business, or financial institution from dealing with frozen assets in any way is imperative. There must be a prohibition on allowing anyone in our jurisdiction from making funds available or assets available to such designated parties. FATF Recommendations 1 and 7, Mr. Speaker, provides us with a clear framework. Identify and mitigate risks through a risk-based approach and implement targeted financial sanctions without delay. It is a fact that our current legal framework does not provide adequate provisions for supervision and enforcement. Notably, there are no legislative mechanisms to implement targeted financial sanctions under Recommendation 7 with the necessary speed and precision that is required. These gaps leave us exposed. They leave us vulnerable, and they leave us out of step with the international community. There is therefore an urgent need for a comprehensive legal framework that implements the FATF recommendations as it relates to counter-proliferation financing, thereby mitigating any associated risks and ensuring that this country can be found compliant under the FATF technical and effectiveness assessment. Mr. Speaker, before I move to examine the bill on a clause-by-clause basis, I also wish to advise members that there's a list of amendments I propose to circulate with members, but relate to clause 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 12, and 13 of the bill. I now intend to examine the bill clause by clause. Mr. Speaker, clause 2 of the bill, clause 1 of the bill contains the short title of the bill, which is cited as the Counter-Proliferation Financing Act 2025. Clause 2 of the bill contains the interpretation clause, which identifies the reporting entity under the Act as being the financial institutions, having the meaning assigned to it under Section 2 of the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127. And listed businesses, a business or profession listed under the first schedule of the Proceeds of Crime Act. It also defines the listed entities in respect of whom financial institutions and listed businesses are required to report, as being those individuals or entities in respect of whom a freezing order relative to proliferation financing has been made under the Economic Sanctions Act. The bill also identifies Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago as the supervisory authority in respect of financial institutions licensed under the Financial Institutions Act, Chapter 8401, and the Insurance Act, Chapter 7950, whereas the Trinidad and Tobago Securities and Exchange Commission will be charged with the supervisory authority function in respect of persons registered under Section 51(1) of the Securities Act 8302. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the FIUTT will be the supervisory authority in respect of listed businesses and financial institutions as non-regulated financial institutions under the Financial Intelligence Units of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201. These supervisory authorities will be charged with the supervision of these entities under its remit, as well as compliance with the Act generally. Clause 3 of the bill places an obligation on financial institutions and listed businesses, upon having been notified of the list of listed entities, to immediately inform the FIUTT whether a listed entity has property in the financial institution or business, whether any transaction is being conducted involving property owned or controlled by a listed entity, or whether the financial institution or listed business has funds or other assets of persons acting on behalf of the listed entity. By this clause, the financial institutions and listed businesses will also be obligated to submit a suspicious activity report in instances where a listed entity or person acting on its behalf attempts to enter or continue a business relationship with those institutions or businesses and shall be barred from entering or continuing same. Mr. Speaker, this clause Mr. Speaker, this clause operationalizes the requirement under FATF Recommendation 7, which demands that targeted financial institutions be implemented, targeted financial sanctions be implemented without delay. In FATF language, that means that actions must be taken within hours of notification, not weeks. Mr. Speaker, this provision ensures that we meet that test and that no sanctioned individual or entity can move funds through our financial system once they are listed. Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 of the bill requires that financial institutions and listed businesses keep and maintain records pursuant to regulations under the Act. This clause also imposes an obligation on financial institutions and listed businesses to file suspicious activity reports with the FIUTT where there are reasonable grounds to suspect and believe that property within the institutions or businesses belong to or are derived from or generated from property owned or controlled by a listed entity or person acting on its behalf. The clause then goes further to impose additional obligations on financial institutions and listed businesses to the extent that they must pay special attention and report complex, unusual, or large transactions with no apparent economic or visible legal purpose. Those financial institutions or listed businesses will also be required to develop and maintain written compliance programs and otherwise monitor compliance with the regulations made under Section 13. The clause also creates a duty of confidentiality with respect to any suspicious activity or suspicious transaction report, the breach of which will constitute an offense. This duty, Mr. Speaker, will apply to both the director and staff of the FIUTT as well as persons within the financial institutions and listed businesses. Any person found in the breach thereof will be liable to summary conviction, to a fine of $5 million and to imprisonment for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, we are not making joke in the fight against crime. This clause goes to the heart of FATF Recommendation 11 and Recommendation 20. It recognizes that strong paper trails and confidentiality are essential to effective investigations, Mr. Speaker. FATF assessors will look closely at how records are kept, whether suspicious activity is properly reported, and whether staff are trained to avoid tipping off offenders, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Clause 5 of the bill requires a financial institution or listed business that has reasonable grounds to suspect that property which it holds has been frozen pursuant to any written law implementing the FATF recommendations, to make a suspicious activity or suspicious transaction report immediately to the FIUTT. This clause also confers the staff of those institutions and businesses with protection from criminal, civil, or administrative liability where reports are made in good faith. Mr. Speaker, this provision is essential because it encourages institutions to act quickly and decisively without fear of reprisal. It ensures that the FIUTT gets timely intelligence and it aligns us with international best practice. As FATF has said, delays in reporting can mean the difference between freezing illicit funds and losing them to another jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, Clause 6 of the bill mandates the supervisory authorities to monitor the financial institutions and listed businesses under its supervision and to take necessary measures on a risk-sensitive basis to ensure compliance with the Act or any other written law which implements FATF recommendations as it relates to counter-proliferation financing. This is in keeping with FATF recommendations 26 and 27, which call for robust supervision of financial institutions and powers for supervisors to enforce compliance. With this law, Mr. Speaker, the law will not be toothless. With this law, Mr. Speaker, we ensure that supervisory authorities can take proactive, risk-based action. Mr. Speaker, Clause 7 of the bill authorizes the supervisory authorities to disseminate the findings of any national, sectoral, or thematic assessments of proliferation financing risks to the relevant financial institutions and listed businesses under supervision. This means that banks, insurance companies, and other listed businesses will be able to understand the risks identified at the national level and tailor their compliance accordingly. This provision operationalizes the FATF's call for a risk-based approach under Recommendation 1. It ensures that risk assessments do not sit on shelves collecting dust as present, but are actively used by industry players to strengthen controls. Mr. Speaker, Clause 8 of the bill permits the supervisory authorities to enter the premises of financial institutions and listed businesses under their supervision during work hours in order to examine business transaction records and client information records and ask any question relating thereto, determine whether there has been implementation of policies and programs required to ensure compliance with the Act or with any other law by which the FATF recommendations have been implemented, determine whether there is compliance with the Act and regulations or any other written law by which FATF recommendations as it relates to counter-proliferation refinancing has been implemented. In instances, Mr. Speaker, where the supervisory authority is the FIUTT is required by law to obtain the consent of the owner or the occupier of the premises for entry. Where the entity supervised by the FIUTT refuses to give consent, a police officer above the rank of sergeant may apply for a warrant to enter the premises accompanied by the officer of the FIUTT. The bill does not require the Central Bank of Trinidad and Tobago or the Trinidad and Tobago Stock Exchange Securities Exchange Commission, The bill does not require the CBTT or the TTSEC to obtain consent for the purposes of entry, as this consent already exists under its primary legal framework. Mr. Speaker, Clause 9 of the bill mandates financial institutions and listed businesses to develop and implement policies and programs on a risk-sensitive basis for the purpose of managing and mitigating proliferation financing risks and ensure compliance with the Act and any other written law by which FATF recommendations have been made. These policies and programs must be approved by the senior management of the relevant institution or business. Mr. Speaker, the FATF stresses in Recommendation 18 that senior management involvement is critical. If compliance is not embedded in the culture of the institutions, then controls are ineffective. This clause ensures accountability at the highest level of management. Clause 10, Mr. Speaker, imposes a duty of confidentiality on the supervisory authorities not to disclose any information or documents which it had obtained in the course of its duties as supervisory authorities. Clause 11 of the bill seeks to create an offense for the breach of confidentiality in Clause 10, with a penalty on summary conviction of a fine of $250,000 and to imprisonment for 3 years. Mr. Speaker, this provision ensures the integrity of the system. It deters misconduct and reassures our international partners that sensitive data will not be compromised. Clause 12, Mr. Speaker, is about offenses and penalties. This clause seeks to impose penalties for breaches of the obligations contained in Clause 5 and 6 of the bill and in respect of a breach of the regulations made thereunder. These penalties are set at, on summary convictions, fines of up to $2 million and 2 years imprisonment, and on indictment, fines up to $5 million and 7 years imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, this clause also introduces administrative monetary fines of up to $1.75 million, giving supervisory authorities the power to enforce compliance directly without lengthy court proceedings. That, Mr. Speaker, is exactly what FATF requires under Recommendation 35. Sanctions that are proportionate, dissuasive, and effective. Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of enforcement power that international assessors will expect to see and will see in place before our 2026 on-site evaluation. Clause 13 of the bill empowers the Minister of Finance to make regulations subject to negative resolution for the purpose of giving effect to the Act and is a usual element of modern bills. Clause 14 seeks to make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act, Chapter 8105, to impose a duty on the Attorney General to maintain lists of listed entities and individuals that are made in accordance with that Act. Mr. Speaker, these two bills are indispensable legislative package that will immensely aid our nation's ongoing efforts to protect our financial system and reputation on the international stage. The breadth of these reforms underscores one fundamental truth. Financial crime is not confined to banks or to traditional institutions. It extends to lawyers who may set up trusts, accountants who may form partnerships, non-profit organizations that may be misused to channel funds, securities dealers, money service providers, and even external companies seeking to take advantage of regulatory gaps. Taken together, these two bills directly target the core weaknesses identified by the FATF. Mr. Speaker, allow me to emphasize again the urgency of this moment. The fifth round mutual evaluation will not be satisfied with laws on the books. It will ask probing questions. Are these laws being enforced? Are suspicious transaction reports being filed and acted upon? Are beneficial ownership registries accurate and accessible to competent authorities? Are prosecutors and judges using these tools to obtain convictions? Have we addressed counter-proliferation financing adequately? Have we addressed service providers, Mr. Speaker? FATF's methodology makes this clear, one thing, very clear. Countries, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, countries must not only establish the necessary framework, but must demonstrate that the framework is producing results in practice, end quote. These bills, therefore, lay the legislative foundation for effective implementation, and shows our prospective evaluators that Trinidad and Tobago is serious about closing compliance gaps. Mr. Speaker, this is not just about FATF. It is about our people. Corruption, money laundering, and terrorist financing rob citizens of opportunities. It distorts markets and it undermines the delivery of public services. When corrupt public officials embezzle funds or when criminal enterprises launder the proceeds of drug trafficking, it is ordinary citizens who suffer through reduced social services, higher costs of doing business, and diminished confidence in institutions. These bills, by criminalizing the deprivation of state revenue, by strengthening anti-corruption measures, and by enhancing financial transparency, strikes directly at those who would rob the public purse. Mr. Speaker, these bills are not simply a compliance exercise. It is a national security imperative, an economic safeguard, and a statement of our values. By passing them, we affirm that Trinidad and Tobago will not be a haven for dirty money, that we will not allow our financial system to be abused, and that we are committed to transparency, accountability, and good governance. We will send a clear message to our international partners that we are a credible, trustworthy jurisdiction. We send a message to our citizens that we are protecting their economy and their future. And we send a message to the FATF evaluators that Trinidad and Tobago takes its obligations seriously and is ready to demonstrate with effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I wish to say this. The passage of each of one of these bills are not an end of the journey. It is a foundation upon which we must build effective implementation, rigorous supervision, and decisive enforcement. But it is a critical and crucial foundation. Without it, our evaluation will be doomed to failure. With it, we have the legislative tools necessary to show progress, to demonstrate compliance, and to secure our nation's future. I repeat, Mr. Speaker, that the nation is watching to see which of its elected representatives stand on the side of justice and support this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I therefore urge all members of this honourable House to support this legislation. I beg to move.
Members, before putting the, proposing the question for debate, I would kindly ask to return to a matter that was earlier deferred, and if we could deal with that now. I have sought and obtained the, well, I don't want to say permission, but I've consulted with the Chief Whip, who's agreed to this proposal. The Prime Minister's questions.
Prime Minister's questions.
Member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prime Minister. To the Honourable Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Prime Minister, would the Prime Minister advise how many persons have been detained via detention orders under the current state of emergency? And out of those persons who have been detained, how many charges have been laid against those so detained?
Prime Minister.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I am advised by officials from the TTPS that under the current state of emergency, there have been 120 preventive detention orders issued, 78 persons detained thus far, 42 persons of interest outstanding, and 18 persons charged thus far. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you, member, there is a matter I wish to raise, but I want to clarify something. Do you propose to, you have another question, question 2. Do you propose to move to that question now?
Asking a supplement, seeking to ask a supplementary.
Right, and that is the troubling and vexing question I wish to raise, because it is a matter we could do it now, or we could do it later, defer supplemental questions, exhaust the 4 questions, and defer. But my issue is this. when you look at the architecture of these standing orders, questions are dealt with in Chapter 4. There are 4 types of questions. There's Prime Minister's questions, there's urgent questions, there's questions for oral answer on notice, questions on notice, which are then divided into 2 subcategories, oral answer and written answer. The interesting thing about these standing orders is that Standing Order 26 makes no provision for supplemental questions. Standing Order 27, which deals with urgent questions by a minister, makes provision for 2 supplemental questions. Standing Order 28, which makes provision for answer by a minister on notice, which must be approved and placed on the order paper 21 days after approval, makes provision for 4 supplemental questions. The issue which arises in terms of interpretation simply is this: why would the framers of these standing orders have given explicit power to members to ask supplemental questions on urgent questions to ministers and questions on notice for oral answer and written answer, but do not provide any provision in 26 by which supplemental questions could be asked? And that is the vexing debate that I've had with myself this morning in preparing for today's session, anticipating fully a flurry of questions. I looked at it, and there's very good reason why. And I wish to make the point. I was not a member of this House. There's a Standing Orders Committee that was decided upon. These standing orders were put into this form after advice was sought, experienced members of Parliament contributed to it, and there must be a reason why the framers of the standing orders did not expressly allow for supplemental questions on Prime Minister's question. And the answer to that is plain and obvious. When you look at the breadth of the questions you are allowed to ask, a question to the Prime Minister shall not exceed. During Prime Minister's question time, questions may be put to the Prime Minister relating to current matters of national importance or on the general performance of the government and the government agencies. Look, we need to be practical here, and there needs to be a common sense approach. The reason for that, it is clear. Because of the breadth of what is allowed to be asked in written form, the nuances that might emerge from oral answer cannot be reasonably expected to be adequately addressed in supplemental questions. The urgent answers, okay? You then have the express power given to you to ask 2 supplement. I'd appreciate some silence, please. You then have every member who asks a question, other members are allowed 2 urgent answers, 2 questions on urgent answers. Questions for which notice is required, you are allowed 4 questions. The reason for that, it again is obvious. Because of the amount of time that you would have been granted to formulate your answer, whether orally or in writing, you are expected to be better prepared to answer the question. So, that is the point where I want some assistance from this House, because it seems to me that there is a lacuna in the standing orders. There is a silent part of the standing orders. I cannot arrogate unto myself to bring into my jurisdictional bailiwick a power which I simply do not have. And that much was made clear in the Privy Council decision in Maraj and the Minister of Energy, in which the Minister of Energy relied on a general power to cancel a license. And the board, in analyzing the legislation, referred to two principles, the lex specialis, which it seems to me that this regulatory framework creates a lex specialis, but also, and for those of us who want to look at it, at paragraph 56, the board referred to the Generalia Specialibus non-derogant principles. General provision should not undermine the intended effect of provisions specifically drafted to deal with the particular case. So, if somebody could assist me to say by what interpretation method we could transport those in 20, which some members referred to this morning in 20, earlier, in 27(7), or the oral answers there, for 4 oral answers. If somebody could tell me how we could transport, what interpretation aid allows us to take a part of the standing orders that does not apply to Prime Minister's questions, pluck it out of there, and drop it with a crane, so to speak, in Standing Order 26, I'd be very grateful, because the language used in the standing orders is very specific. In both urgent questions and both questions on notice, it says the minister. So, the short answer, member, unless I am convinced that 26 allows supplemental questions, well, here's what I propose to do, what I would suggest to you, to the House. We convene an urgent meeting of the Standing Orders Committee, and we could cure this lacuna in a matter of weeks. But as it is, my reading, I do not see where I get the power from to order supplemental questions.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have seen the dichotomy that you've pointed out in the standing orders. And in answer to the question you've just ended or concluded your statement on, because it wasn't a ruling, there was no clarification or anything sort, I'd like to point you to Standing Order number 2. And if we go to Standing Order 2.2, it says, in any matter not provided for in these standing orders, resort shall be had to the usage and practice of the House of Commons of the United Kingdom, which shall be followed as far as they may be applicable to this House, and not inconsistent with these standing orders or with the practice of this House. It also goes on at 2.3, in cases of doubt, the standing orders of this House shall be interpreted in the light of the relevant usage and practice of the House of Commons of the United Kingdom, but no restrictions which the House of Commons has introduced in standing orders shall be deemed to extend to this House or its members until the House has provided by standing order for such restriction. And then 4, the Speaker shall have power to regulate the conduct of business in all matters not provided for in these standing orders. I am not seeking to challenge your interpretation, but having been here in the House for the last 10 years and participated in many prime ministerial questions, the practice has obviously arisen and become part of the practice of this chamber and this House that they are allowed supplementary questions. However, in light of what the Speaker has raised, my duty is merely to point out the provisions, the express provisions of the standing order that obviously were utilized in prior sessions of the House to allow a course of conduct of supplementary questions.
That would have been fine. I would have been prepared to accede to that. I have not been able to find any ruling. So my proposal is on this occasion. What we do is that we convene, there's a standing orders committee. This can be easily solved in a matter of an hour. And you are not deprived of any supplemental questions because you have the provisions of asking for the answer in written form or a question on notice. So it's not to say it's a disproportionate interpretation that deprives you of a remedy. I don't leave you remediless. You also have the FOI, which gives you a wider remedy. And of all the members in this House, member for Port of Spain North, you perhaps know the FOIA better than most of us. So you are not remediless, right? So what I would suggest with the willing cooperation of all the members of the House, we convene the Standing Orders Committee and give the Speaker the express power to do so. So question number 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. To the Honourable Prime Minister, would the Prime Minister advise whether there has been a request of the National Gas Company of Trinidad and Tobago, NGC, by or on behalf of Corporation Seoul, that NGC pay a dividend, and if such a request has been made, the amount of the sum that has been so requested?
Thank you very much. I have been advised by the NGC that no such request has been made. However, I can share with this Honourable House, again from information shared to us by NGC, that there has been a payment of a dividend by NGC to the government of Trinidad and Tobago. That was in the sum of $334,442 and 442. Can I do this again? $334,442,153, which was paid on the 27th of June 2025. That was a special dividend payment to the government. The proceeds of that payment was payment of a loan by TNDEC to NGC. NGC retained 20% and paid 80% to the government as per the loan agreement. No dividend was requested to fund any deficit.
Member for Arima.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Can the Prime Minister indicate what was the cost of the recent upgrades of the Prime Minister's official residence?
Madam Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I state categorically, Mr. Speaker, there has been no official upgrade of the Prime Minister's residence. No upgrade of the Prime Minister's residence. The same remains in a deplorable state. It has not been occupied, so no upgrades have been done. So I made that very, very clear. So the issue of how much money spent and so on does not arise. No upgrade. However, the controller at the residence, hired by the then PNM government, did make a request for the sum of $5 million to upgrade the residence in Trinidad and Tobago. This was done by the person appointed by the former PNM government. However, Mr. Speaker, as a responsible government focused on fixing schools, hospitals, police stations, that was not a priority of my government at this time. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given the Prime Minister's intent to eliminate contract employment from the public service, will the Prime Minister state what immediate safeguards will be put in place to ensure no interruption of pay, benefits, or pension entitlements during the transition to permanent employment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my government, as a responsible government, will abide by the terms of any contract of those persons hired by contract, which is what the Honourable Member for Remain is asking about. We will abide by the terms of the contract. Insofar it talks about benefits, that contract, pay, benefits, pension, you mentioned, entitlements. We will be guided by contract and therefore by law. I thank you.
There being no other questions, I propose to put the question for debate as follows. Honourable members, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees' Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, the Registration of Business Names Act, Chapter 8285, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act Number 7 of 2019 to give effect to the obligations of Trinidad and Tobago under the Financial Action Task Force, we now read a second time. Honourable members, you are reminded that leave has been granted for bills numbers 1 and 2 to be debated together. Member for Diego Martin Northeast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me state at the outset that we on this side have no fundamental objection to the bill that deals with counter-proliferation financing. And I think for the benefit of the general public, it needs to be explained exactly what that is. And if I read from the bill, the definition of proliferation financing is the provision of funds or financial services used in whole or in part for the manufacture, acquisition, possession, development, export, transshipment, brokering, transport, transfer, stockpile, or use of nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons and their means of delivery and related materials. I personally am not aware of any possession or development of nuclear weapons in Trinidad and Tobago, although I saw a comment made by a UNC minister that the government of Trinidad and Tobago would ask India to nuke Venezuela. But I'm not familiar with any nuclear weapons in Trinidad and Tobago. Maybe they are. Maybe that's what will be used. I am also not aware of any biological weapons or the development, possession, acquisition, transport, who knows? There may be the development of chemical weapons in Trinidad and Tobago that we don't know about. We don't know. But I don't think anybody would object to legislation that seeks to tighten up existing laws to deal with this. Nobody would have any fundamental objection to legislation that targets persons or entities engaged in funding the development, possession, transport, etc., of nuclear, chemical, or biological weapons. So the only comment I would make on that bill, and I would ask the government to look at it very carefully, because when the minister spoke, and I want to make a point, and by the way, I've been reminded by my members, the minister did not speak, he read. But when he read for 77 minutes. And it is really wrong of the other side to move a motion, use its majority, allow a minister to read for 77 minutes, essentially on a very complex piece of legislation, which I'll come to in a little while, and then tell the opposition, you will get your normal time, which is 40 minutes. That's really wrong. And it is completely inconsistent with all the platitudes that we hear from the Prime Minister from time to time. But anyway, that's another point. I assume it's a one-off, knee-jerk response, and that they will mature and not engage in that kind of oppressive conduct in the future. But when one goes to when one go, Mr. Speaker, I'm being disturbed by the Prime Minister. Good. Thank you. Now, when one goes to the offences and penalties under the bill and looks at Table 1, one sees that a penalty is being introduced for disclosure of the content or fact of a suspicion, transaction, or suspicious activity report, a penalty of $5 million and a prison term of 5 years. Now, I can understand the need for, or we can understand the need for heavy fines and penalties for disclosing the fact or content of a suspicious transaction report, because you don't want to tip off a criminal to the fact that they're under investigation. Again, there is a serious fine and penalty for breach of confidentiality by an employee, officer, etc., of the FIU or whatever, $250,000 and a prison term of 3 years. That is consistent with other pieces of legislation that we have, like the Integrity in Public Life Act and so on. But I was a little surprised at the fine for Clause 12, failure to report suspicious activity or transactions, a fine of $2 million and a prison term of 2 years, and failure to implement a compliance program, a maximum fine of $5 million and a maximum prison term of 7 years. And then the regulations, a fine of $2 million, prison term of 2 years, an administrative fine of $1,750,000, and a maximum fine of $5 million and a maximum prison term for contravention of the regulations made under Clause 13 of this bill. And I think it's necessary to let people know what we're talking about, because the minister, even in his 77 minutes, did not explain that. So let me explain. What exactly is a listed business? And these are the listed businesses, the supervised entities under the Financial Intelligence Act: cooperative societies, building societies, real estate companies, motor vehicle companies, money or value transfer service companies, gaming houses, pool betting houses, national lotteries, online betting games, jewelry companies, private members club, accountants, attorneys, art dealers, trust and company service providers, and non-profit organizations. And the requirements in this bill with respect to compliance procedures and reporting arrangements are going to be difficult for some of these entities. Certainly the NGOs, the attorneys, I dare say, going to have some difficulty in getting used to the new procedures, and therefore to have fines of $5 million, $2 million, etc., is something I would ask the government to take a look at. But that is by the way. Let us go now to the other bill, which is the main reason why we are here today. And I want to say at the outset that I heard the minister say that on the face of it, or at first glance, it appears to be a highly technical bill, and then he seemed to try to make us believe that that was not so. That is exactly so. I counted, I took my time. I went through every amendment to every clause, schedule, piece of legislation affected by the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025. And while the minister told us it had 15 clauses, it amends 565 subclauses in the series of legislation. I counted them. 565 amendments to various clauses, subclauses in various pieces of legislation. This is one of the most complex bills I've ever seen in this parliament. I dare say the Attorney General would agree with me, he may not, but I dare say he would agree with me, because what this, I dare say, well, yes, there are some others, that securities and so on, that are complex, I accept that. But what I'm saying is we have something that is changing 565 provisions in various pieces of legislation. And the laws that are being affected, let me read them out. The Trustees Ordinance, the Prevention of Corruption Act, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters, the Proceeds of Crime Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Police Service Act, Financial Intelligence Unit Act, Income Tax Act, Companies Act, Partnership Act, Registration of Business Names Act, Securities Act, Non-Profit Organizations Act. So 13 laws are being amended, and within those 13 laws, there are 565 changes being made to provisions inside of there. So this is serious. And I want to also enlighten members opposite, because quite a few of them are new. And I want to refer to the whole reason and purpose and intent for the establishment of joint select committees of Parliament. Now, referring complex legislation to joint select committees serves several important purposes, primarily to allow for detailed, expert-informed scrutiny. That is not possible on the floor of the legislature. And it is not possible to look at all 565 changes that are being proposed today or any other single day in this Parliament. A JSC also allows for detailed, expert-informed scrutiny. It leads to better quality, more effective legislation through collaboration, public input, and careful examination of complex issues. And I'm going back now to what are the listed businesses. Let's look at that again. Let's see exactly what they are. Co-ops, building society, real estate, motor vehicle, gambling house, national lotteries, private members club, accountant, attorney, and so on. We did not hear from the minister, and I'm not chastising him for that, because I know they have some deadlines that they have to meet. But have any of these people been consulted? Have any of these groups, jewelers, private members clubs, accountants, attorneys at law, trust companies, NGOs, of which we have so many, building societies, cooperative societies, real estate companies, motor vehicle companies, etc., gambling houses, have any of them been consulted? And if they have been consulted, when did this consultation occur? And in what form? Because I am not aware there has been any significant consultation on this bill. Now, the whole point of a joint select committee is to engage in consultation. And in addition to having access to expertise, the JSCs can also ask for public input. They can invite comment. They can have hearings where persons who are affected can come and give input and assist the Parliament in making better legislation. So we on this side are asking for this bill, not the proliferation one. We have no problem with it per se, except for the penalties, and I am assuming, let me just double check that the Counter-Proliferation bill has a commencement clause. Let me just double check that. Actually, it doesn't. So I would just exercise caution with that one in terms of getting that to be assented to. But with respect to the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill, I think it is essential because of the large number of persons who are going to be affected. And this is not a partisan thing. All of these groups I just called support both of the political parties in this House. All of them. There are attorneys, there are trust companies, there are accountants who are all active supporters of the UNC and the People's National Movement. And if you do something like this, which has these draconian provisions in it, and I'm going to go through some of the draconian provisions, without talking to them, then all you're doing is setting a condition for chaos and confusion in this country. Some of these entities need to be consulted. Now, let me give you a reason why, in one particular case, consultation is essential. One of the provisions of the bill is to give the law enforcement agencies to undertake control operations and undercover operations with no level of protection to the persons affected. No judicial supervision, no judicial oversight. And I don't think that's a good idea. This is something that has come up in this Parliament on multiple occasions. And I want to make another point. The Minister of Finance, again, I'm not criticizing him, but he made some statements that are just not correct. This bill did not drop out of the sky on May the 1st. This whole question of FATF compliance is not something that just came out just like that. We have been involved in CFATF meetings and negotiations and discussions and evaluations for years. And I want to give credit where credit is due. I heard the bold statements of the Minister of Finance, something about, what did he say? Let me just, we're not making joke in the fight against crime. Promises made and promises kept, come on. It is the technocrats who have been working on this for years. Come on. Come on. This thing didn't just come out just so on May the 1st. But be that as it may, let me just go to this whole thing. We need to be very, very careful about giving law enforcement uncontrolled access, uncontrolled conduct without judicial oversight. There's always the need for a requirement for a warrant and a requirement for judicial oversight. And I would express caution. That's another reason why this bill needs to go to a joint select committee, because we need to ask attorneys and accountants and the other interested parties, all of the listed businesses, whether they agree with that. We certainly on this side do not agree with that sort of broad sweeping powers being given to law enforcement without judicial oversight. Again, the Minister of Finance needs to be careful about what people give him to read. And I mean, he's new, so he wouldn't know. But he made a statement that's patently incorrect. And I will refer to the statements. That in the amendments to the Income Tax Act, he told us that at present, the Board of Inland Revenue can only look at tax returns. It can't investigate alleged tax offenses. That is totally incorrect. Somebody write that for you. And I would ask you, examine the person who write that for you. Whoever write that for you, watch that person. Because in Trinidad and Tobago, and you go on the Ministry of Finance website, go on the website, and you will see that there's an entity within the Ministry of Finance called the Criminal Tax Investigation Unit. Within the BIR. Within the Board of Inland Revenue, there is a unit called the Criminal Tax Investigation Unit. It has powers to investigate, and it has powers to lay charges with respect to breaches of our tax laws. And if you go further onto the Inland Revenue website, go there, you'll see it. They give you examples. West Mooring's businessman accused of defrauding BIR. Attorney charged for cheating the public revenue and uttering a false document. Businessman pleads guilty to 89 VAT fraud charges. Businessman ordered to repay $66,000 in VAT. And what's interesting about all of this is you go inside there, you're going to see that these judicial decisions are based on investigations made by officers of the Criminal Tax Investigation Unit of the BIR and charges laid by officers of the Criminal Tax Investigation Unit of the BIR based on search warrants obtained by officers of the Criminal Tax Investigation Unit of the BIR. So while we welcome an improvement in the codification of the powers of the BIR, it is simply incorrect to say that the BIR can only look at tax returns and can't investigate. They've been doing it for years. For years. So go and check who wrote that speech for you. Watch that person closely. Now, I also was quite intrigued at the strong statements made by the Minister of Finance with respect to foreign bribery and money laundering. And he looked on this side and he said, those on the other side, this is maybe of interest to them. What is interesting is that the records of Trinidad and Tobago will show the only persons who are the source of extradition request and who have been accused of money laundering, racketeering, fraud, international fraud, foreign bribery, all of these things that are going to flow now from the amendments to the Prevention of Corruption Act, the second bill. All of the amendments to that act are now going to extend the act extraterritorially, because right now it deals with what happens in Trinidad and Tobago. So again, it's welcome that we now will extend this legislation to other jurisdictions, but the only persons that are accused of foreign bribery are Jack Warner, Steve Ferguson, Brian Quaitong, and Ishwa Galbaranse. All high-level members of the UNC. All is UNC. So I don't understand this thing. That is the history of this country, that these are the people accused of foreign bribery and money laundering and so on. Yeah, so, I mean, just be careful what you're saying. People give something to read, don't just read what they tell you to read. Now, let us now go to FATF itself. You have to be careful about public service overreach. And I'm not attacking the minister, I'm advising. You need to be careful. In these particular bits of legislation, the technocrats, the public servants, and so on will present something to you that is all-encompassing. But many of the provisions can be very dangerous in terms of the rights and freedoms of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. And there's quite often substantial overreach. And what I'm seeing in this legislation is substantial overreach. The way the legislation is being, all these pieces of legislation are being amended in order to create tighter requirements for the behavior of financial institutions, listed businesses, and to allow law enforcement to go after money launderers and so on. You need to be careful, because you may find yourself in a situation, you pass this bill, you all have all the votes. Next thing, you get a constitutional action, a Section 13 challenge to this legislation to say it is not, appropriate for a country that respects the rights and freedoms of individuals. Be careful. And that is why I am saying, send this bill to a joint select committee. We support the general principles. We have no objection whatsoever in dealing with tightening up on trusts, extending prevention of corruption to overseas jurisdictions, improving mutual assistance in criminal matters, allowing law enforcement to trace the illicit proceeds of crime. We have no problem with that. And I want to, as I would say, I want to give Jack his jacket. And this goes back to, not that Jack, and this goes back to the whole point of, where this legislation came from and who's responsible for it and all that sort of thing. It was a former PNM Attorney General. A former PNM Attorney General. And I'm reading now from the Global Facility of the EU AML CFT. And it reads as follows. In February 2020, the country, Trinidad and Tobago they're talking about, was removed from the list of jurisdictions under increased monitoring of the FATF, also known as the grey list, and goes on to say the country continues exerting efforts to uphold its regime to counter money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. But getting us off the grey list was no simple feat. And I want to commend Senator Al-Rawi for all the work he did to get us off the FATF grey list. Those of us who were in this parliament at the time will know that every other month we had to find ourselves here amending all of these laws and other laws as well. Proceeds of crime, prevention of corruption, and we got a lot of static from them over there. So it's kind of ironic that when we were seeking to come off the FATF grey list, that the members on the other side resisted and really didn't support. But that's okay. That's all right. We on this side will support any reasonable effort to get us off any list with respect to FATF, Global Forum, EU, etc. We're not like that. We don't behave so. But you have to give Jack his jacket, because we were on that grey list for a very, very long time. You're on that list for over 8 years. And it was Mr. Alwari's efforts, going all over the world, amending legislation, making sure the legislation was operational, because that is something we have to be careful about as well. And there's absolutely no doubt that in this parliament, from time to time, we enact laws, sounds good, noble principles, highfalutin, sounding real nice, and then we fail to operationalize them. And what I've observed with FATF is something has occurred in June of 2025. And in June of 2025, FATF changed the way it is going to deal with FATF compliance. It changed it. And as the minister pointed out, the focus now is on the operation of the amended legislation, not just the amendments themselves. The amendments are required, but the Financial Action Task Force and CFATF, which is our regional body, are going to be looking at whether, after having passed the legislation, we are operationalizing the legislation. I also want to say, as a result of the hard work of several attorneys general over the last several years, Trinidad and Tobago is not under increased monitoring by the Financial Action Task Force. The countries that are Albania, the Bahamas, Barbados, Botswana, Cambodia. Look at that, Barbados, eh? Botswana, Cambodia, Ghana, Iceland, Jamaica, another one. Mauritius, Mongolia, Myanmar, Nicaragua, Pakistan, Panama, Syria, Uganda, Yemen, Zimbabwe. Those are the countries, those are the jurisdictions that are under increased monitoring. But Trinidad and Tobago is not on that list. So that we have continuously made progress over the years. There was a very powerful FATF unit in the Attorney General's office. I understand it may have been dismantled. And I would urge the members opposite, you want to bring in your own people, okay. But please bring in competent people to deal with this whole question of the Financial Action Task Force. Now let me go to some of the reasons why we feel this bill should go to a joint select committee. Trinidad and Tobago is going to be evaluated, and it's scheduled for March 2026. But we are the first Caribbean country that is going to be doing the 5th round of mutual evaluation. 5th round. First Caribbean country. And we had expected that because of the infrastructure and the bureaucracy that was in place at the Attorney General's office and the Ministry of Finance, that we would pass the evaluation process in 2026. And I hope that we do, and we on this side will support any effort to get that done. But we missed a deadline in August of 2025, and the minister was silent on that. That the deadline for technical compliance submission was the 15th of August 2025. We missed it. But we still have time between now and March 2026 to make the submissions. And therefore, I also recommend that whatever committee is established, if you so desire, and if you so wish, as I said, you have all the votes. If you think it's necessary to have public consultation, I think it's mandatory. But if you think that you want to go ahead and create this draconian compendium of laws without public consultation, or without consultation with listed businesses, well, go ahead. You have the majority to do that. But if you decide to send this to a joint select committee, it should finish its work very quickly and finish it by the end of this year, which will give you enough time to pass the mutual evaluation in March of 2026. But there are some issues you have to be careful about. You've repealed the Revenue Authority Act. The Revenue Authority Act was not just about collecting money. It was about dealing with fraud. And you may get a negative mark from FATF for repealing the Revenue Authority Act. Just take a look at that. Property tax as well was not just about collecting money. It contained within the property tax legislation were provisions to determine the real ownership of land, because we have many pieces of land in this country and we don't know who the owner is. We really don't know. And the whole thing about property tax and registration of property tax, it gave the government the tools to determine who is the real owner of land in Trinidad and Tobago. And you may get a negative comment from FATF on that as well. So these are things that you need to be very, very careful about. Very, very, very careful. Now, the draft report is expected to come out of CFATF or be considered by CFATF in December 2026. So these are the timelines we're talking about. Evaluation in March 2026. The country can always ask for time. They may not take you on, but there's nothing to be lost by asking for a little more time to make sure our systems are in place and to make sure they're working so that you go to the report of CFATF in December 2026. You have to be very careful about amending the trustee ordinance. While we know that trusts are used to create opacity and to hide the real owners of money, let's put it that way, there may be many trusts operating at this point in time, particularly in the financial sector, particularly in terms of loan agreements and so on. And persons may not be aware of the new provisions that are going to be implemented and enforced under this FATF compliance bill. So you have to be careful about that. And that's another reason why you need to have some consultation with the banks and the financial institutions to make sure that domestic trusts that are perfectly legal. Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Okay, granted.
I wish I had to take 77, but I can only take 10.
Wishes were horses, huh?
Yes, I agree. Now, so you need to have some consultation with the banks with this amendment to the trustee ordinance, because all of us want to outlaw these trusts that are used to hide illicit acquisition of property and money laundering and so on. But there are perfectly legal trusts and legal arrangements that you need to talk to the banks about this. So I'm not going to take that whole 10 minutes, you know. I'm simply going to go back and point out that it has been the practice of this Parliament that whenever we have complex and far-reaching legislation, and there are errors in this bill. There are errors in this bill. And as again, I don't blame the minister, he just reached. So how would he know? This is something that you have to drill down on for years to get a proper understanding of what you're being asked to do by FATF, whether it makes sense, how it's going to affect or whether it unfairly penalize the citizens of this country. And I go back to make the point that this bill is not just going to create problems for people who support the PNM. It is going to create serious problems for people that support the UNC. So you need to be careful. You need to consult. You need to bring in experts. One of the problems that we're having with this debate, it is standard practice, and it was, that we would have a consolidated version of each piece of legislation. There are 13 bills here being amended. It is impossible for us. As I said, it's 565 changes. Impossible for us to go through each one of these 13 and insert all of these changes and create a consolidated version by ourselves as members of Parliament. That's impossible. And this was the practice in the past. When we did these types of bills, FATF bills and FATF compliance and so on, the Attorney General's office would create consolidated versions of each piece of legislation that was being amended so we can understand what's going on. Because if you're relying just on the technocrats, mistakes will be made. So that is why I'm asking for a joint select committee, and I'm asking for it to report before December, and I give you the assurance, everyone in this House, that we on this side will cooperate fully as we work together to create better legislation for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Member for Barataria.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me this opportunity to rise to debate on the miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2025, and the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025. And, Mr. Speaker, I just have to rebut a few of the points made by the former Minister of Finance, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, who is now often confidently wrong in this House. It's becoming a habit, Mr. Speaker, that he's always wrong. The member said, firstly, that we missed a particular deadline of the 15th of August for the submission of a technical report and so on. The member is wrong, Mr. Speaker. We did, in fact, comply with the 15th August deadline. In fact, we sent additional documents on the 21st of August, and this is confirmed by the FIU and the Anti-Terrorism Unit. They have confirmed that, Mr. Speaker. He is wrong, as usual. Wrong. Let me be clear, because the member is disturbed. The questionnaire was submitted on the 15th of August, 2025. So if your source is news source, you're wrong. Then the member said, oh, he want consolidated versions of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I sat in this parliament for the last 9 years or so in the Senate and the House, and we did not get consolidated versions of these bills from the former government. So I don't understand what he is speaking of. I don't understand. The member is attempting to mislead this honorable House. And then the member asked, Mr. Speaker, where is the public consultations and the JSCs for all of these FATF bills? Bills came to this House, Mr. Speaker, a few days' notice. We didn't complain as the opposition. We got down to the work, examined the bills, made recommendations, submitted amendments, Mr. Speaker. We didn't complain, but there's a laziness on that side, Mr. Speaker, that they are only complaining. Where was their public consultations on the FATF bills that they brought? There was absolutely none, Mr. Speaker. None. But you see, Mr. Speaker, political tabanka is a hell of a thing. Because 1 minute, the member said, oh, he started off his contribution. We don't really have any major concern about this bill. But by the time he reached close to 4 p.m., Mr. Speaker, he said the bill is draconian. We must send it to GSC. We must talk to the public. We must do all of these things, Mr. Speaker. The member is suffering from a serious case of political tabanka. Political tabanka. And he will spend his last political days, Mr. Speaker, in opposition. He will spend it right there in opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, let me examine the miscellaneous provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025. Because I believe that I now have to educate this Minister of Finance on particular matters. Mr. Speaker, former Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, in her wisdom, on assuming office on April 28th, Mr. Speaker, decided to split the Ministry of the Attorney General and Ministry of Legal Affairs into two separate entities, two separate ministries. And that wasn't done by chance. It is the first time, Mr. Speaker, in 10 years that the Ministry of Legal Affairs is given the respect that it deserves. Several of these bills that we are dealing with here today, Mr. Speaker, touches and concerns the portfolio under the Ministry of Legal Affairs. And I want to take you, Mr. Speaker, to some of the amendments with respect to the Trustees Ordinance, the Companies Act, the Registration of Business Names Act, the Partnership Act, the Non-Profit Organization Act, Mr. Speaker. Those are several pieces of legislation that we have to, in fact, touch and concern with today because, Mr. Speaker, these are very important pieces of legislation. Without the Ministry of Legal Affairs, the Companies Registry, the Land Registry, you can't really own land. You can't set up a business. It is an essential part of the business and commercial sector of Trinidad and Tobago. In fact, the civil registry contains your identity. That's your birth certificate, Mr. Speaker. Going into the regulations and the amendments with respect to these particular pieces of legislation, I want to make a point, Mr. Speaker. When I went into the ministry, I heard members of the public complaining about the draconian measures and taxes and the penalties that they face with respect to the company's registry. And currently, if you are late with particular documents, post-incorporation documents, you have to pay a fee of $300, and there are several documents: notice of directors, secretary's address, the annual returns, beneficial forms, transfer of share forms. Mr. Speaker, after you look at what is happening here, we have taken a decision that we are going to be a bit more kind to the population after 10 years of abuse. That in this particular bill, we are reducing the fee for late filing from $300 per month to $100 per month or any part thereof. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is that if those late fees rack up over the years, we are going to cap it at $20,000. Because there are some companies who would have taken advantage of the amnesty period that we introduced from June to September, Mr. Speaker, and those companies would have paid $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 in fees, but because of the amnesty, they were able to now regularize their business. And that is what this legislation is about. It is bringing up to date the registry with respect to beneficial ownership, directors, shareholders, and so on. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what we have been doing as a caring government. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to boast as the Minister of Legal Affairs. For the amnesty period, Mr. Speaker, on the 16th of June 25 to the 15th of September 2025, we have received over 10,838 online annual returns and in person 6,020. We have their applications for about 736 companies coming back on the registry. In fact, I'm told, Mr. Speaker, one of the companies that may have been restored is one that brought a case in the CPEP matter. One of those, I think, was the CPEP matter. I see my friend from Port being South smiling. I don't think they looked at whether or not the company was still an active company before filing the claim. Mr. Speaker, what we are also going to do is that we are going to include some powers to the minister with respect to the adjusting of fees and so on, because it doesn't make sense we come back every single time in Parliament to prescribe some fees. It will be done by way of order, and that is also outlined in the bill, and you can see that very clearly, Mr. Speaker. So I want to take you to the Trustees' Ordinance. Now, in the Trustees' Ordinance, you will see, Mr. Speaker, that what is happening now is that every trust in Trinidad and Tobago, prior to the laws being amended, that every person setting up a trust, it must be registered. And if the trust is not registered, it will be considered null and void. Very simple. It will be a null and void instrument. So what we are doing also is that we are giving a transitional period of 3 months to allow existing trusts to now be regularized and registered upon the trust registry that exists at the Ministry of Legal Affairs, Mr. Speaker. And on top of this, Mr. Speaker, what we're doing is that we're giving also a power where the minister can categorize categories of trust that would be exempt from registration. And I asked my team at the ministry, why are we doing this? Because, I mean, I was in opposition. We don't intend to return anytime soon. And we will not. And I asked them, Mr. Speaker, because we often in opposition would have criticized and examined powers being given to ministers. So I asked, why are we giving this power to the minister? And the answer was very reasonable. The definition of trust is a very wide thing. And there are some pension schemes that may in fact be considered or fall under the definition of a trust. So for example, we have share of capital stock, a unit of a mutual fund trust, share debt obligations, and so on, Mr. Speaker. And these things may in fact fall under trust. Even a pension scheme, you will have to go and register this all the time. We looked at Canada and we looked at the UK, and they have exempted various categories of trust. So this is not a new power or an invention in Trinidad and Tobago. We are looking at other jurisdictions, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to this category of exemption. So there is no draconian overreaching power that the member for Diego Martin Northeast was fear-mongering this parliament about. There's none. There is none. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely none. Mr. Speaker, we are also presently the time frame for registration of new trust is 7 days from creation. However, in keeping with usual time frames for registration, we are now increasing that to 14 days to ensure that there is compliance, Mr. Speaker, because we understand there can, in fact, be challenges. Now, I want to go on, Mr. Speaker, to deal with some amendments with the Registration of Business Names Act. And on being briefed on this particular amendment, Mr. Speaker, I wasn't surprised. The former Attorney General, Mr. Reginald Armour, whose memory slips him at times, Mr. Speaker, there was a Section 7 of the Registration of Business Names Act which said that the particulars required to be furnished under this Act shall be furnished within 14 days after the firm or person commences business or the business in respect for which registration is required, as the case may be. What this means, Mr. Speaker, if you're setting up a business name, a sole trader, you have 14 days in order to make the particulars of that business registered at the Registrar General's office. Mr. Speaker, it came with a bill. The bill called the Miscellaneous Provisions Global Forum Act of 2024. And in that act, Mr. Speaker, he repealed Section 7. He repealed the whole thing. So when they repealed it, Mr. Speaker, there was no longer a time frame to register a business name. This former Attorney General was a senior counsel. He deleted the whole section and replaced it with nothing. So that is why today a UNC government now has to come and fix the mess of the PNM government. We have to fix that. Imagine you have made such an error, and I lay that blame squarely at the leg of the former Attorney General, who I think is now practicing somewhere up the islands in a judicial capacity. Mr. Speaker, Clause 7 of the bill deals with amendments to the Anti-Terrorism Act. And in the Anti-Terrorism Act, this was a particular matter stemming from when I spent some days in the Senate also, and we eventually got to a mutual consensus when passing that particular piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, you would know that it's no secret that sometimes when you speak of anti-terrorism, one particular group gets stigmatized. And I was very disappointed, Mr. Speaker, because there's a dangerous and reckless narrative by a senator when dealing with the citizenship bill earlier this week, Senator Al-Rawi, Mr. Speaker. And he is saying, Mr. Speaker, this is what he is saying. He said, if we pass that citizenship bill, he said, that means we will step outside of the noble and proper purpose of sport, and criminals, deportees, stateless persons, potential foreign terrorist fighters are all receiving an open floodgate to Trinidad and Tobago. That is fear-mongering, Mr. Speaker. That is dangerous. That is a reckless narrative, Mr. Speaker. Reckless. And he was saying that, Mr. Speaker, in the context of the repatriation exercise with respect to our children and the women who are citizens of Trinidad and Tobago.
Mr. Speaker.
We, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, 48-1.
Well, I think what the member did was at the beginning tie the narrative to the provisions in the FATF bill that deals with anti-terrorism. But I'm sure he's going to move along. He's made the point, and I'm sure he's going to move along.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to condemn that particular narrative. I want to condemn it on behalf of all of us, because the government has already stated its position with respect to that repatriation exercise, and there's a cabinet-appointed committee, of which myself, the Attorney General, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, is all part of. And we will take a compassionate approach, Mr. Speaker, in Trinidad and Tobago. We will take a compassionate approach. Mr. Speaker, I want to get to some other very important matters in this debate. Because I know, Mr. Speaker, I have about 20 minutes until tea time.
No, man, you have plenty of time.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I want to take you then quickly to a particular matter that I think I would like to commend the Minister of Finance of including in this particular bill. And Mr. Speaker, it deals with the amendments to the Prevention of Corruption Act. The Prevention of Corruption Act. And Mr. Speaker, they made a song and dance about members with racketeering and so on. We are creating two offenses here, Mr. Speaker. Offense to deprive the state of revenue. A person commits an offense under this act where he deprives the state of revenue to which it is entitled. And 5B, a person who, whether directly or indirectly, accepts or agrees to accept or offers to accept for himself or for any other person a gift, loan, fee, reward, advantage, or other valuable consideration from a person holding public office as an inducement or reward for otherwise on account of the person holding public office given assistance or using influence, or having given assistance or to be used influence in the promotion, execution of procuring any contract with a public body or so on. So what all that technical language is telling us, Mr. Speaker, is that we are creating an offense that says that if somebody in public office gets a bribe, a reward, a fee, a gift for allowing a contract to be awarded to that particular person who gave the bribe, Mr. Speaker, it's now an offense under the Prevention of Corruption Act. And that is for locals, and we also created the offense for foreign officials. So this deals with strictly public officials. Mr. Speaker, when we assumed office, Mr. Speaker, you really start discovering what was happening in government. And most of them on that side, Mr. Speaker, served in the cabinet. And they may have been very well aware of what was taking place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have excerpts of an independent audit report, Mr. Speaker, an independent audit report conducted for the Tobago House of Assembly into the road resurfacing program for the period October 1st, 2019 to November 30th, 2021, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to place a matter on public record, and it's not in any way imputing any improper motive. But at that time, around the 21st of February 2019, the former Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, got a townhouse in Tobago at a discount of $500,000. And Mr. Speaker, this report that I just quoted from, or I referenced, dealt with a personal friend of that former Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, one Alan Warner.
Bring it.
One Alan Warner.
Bring it up.
Mr. Speaker, the independent audit report reveals that $66.8 million was paid to Warner Construction under the guise of being unlawful and sham contracts with...
Have a seat, have a seat. There's an objection. 48.1, that's relevance. No, it's directly relevant to the statutory amendments. Overruled.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. They can block how much they want, Mr. Speaker. I could say it inside or outside. Mr. Speaker, these purported contracts were awarded 12 months leading up to the 6th of December 2021 Assembly elections. Mr. Speaker, 80 intended road surfacing projects were awarded by the former PNM Executive Council of Tobago with covering approval, meaning retroactive approval, so contract granted and they come after the fact to approve, in respect of over $206 million worth of work. Mr. Speaker, it appears that the contractor received 55% of this money in the sum of $113 million, Mr. Speaker, and they undertook 51 road projects at the cost of $121. Mr. Speaker, according to the audit, or according to the reports, Mr. Speaker, there was a conspiracy involved between the company, the Assembly, the former PNM Assembly, to use the COVID pandemic to circumvent procurement rules and falsify payment documents, resulting in exorbitant prices and payments for non-existent or incomplete work. So, Mr. Speaker, what does that mean? It means that this company was paid for work that was not done or work that did not exist. It was described as ghost roads, Mr. Speaker. Ghost roads. So they are involved in ghost gang, ghost road, Mr. Speaker, and I don't know what else, Mr. Speaker. The only thing is zombie harassing them. They were playing with zombies. Mr. Speaker, according to the report, it says that they uncovered that mandatory requirements in the Central Tenders Board Act were not followed for any contracts, resulting in the complete bypass of legal procurement requirements. Bid rigging and inflated prices, Mr. Speaker. We are told that the only explanation, Mr. Speaker, where let me rewind a bit. Mr. Speaker, the company came in with internal estimates, which was 96% accurate to the engineer's estimate. Mr. Speaker, this unnatural alignment meant that the Assembly may have colluded to manipulate the procurement process. A request, hear this one, Mr. Speaker, a request for quotations was issued on the 10th of August 2020, which allowed only 3 days for submission on no less than 66 road projects, yet the company responded in 2 days. 2 days, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if they conducted proper site visits or produced genuine independent bids, Mr. Speaker.
2 days, 66 projects.
Can no longer be relevant to the bill in front of us.
No. You see, I don't agree with you, and this is the reason. This is the reason. The bill seeks to introduce a specific statutory offense of deprivation of revenue. Those of the criminal lawyers who have practiced at the criminal bar know there's a common law offense of cheating the public revenue. It is now being codified, so it's relevant.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm told that the independent audit found that 80 projects were inflated by somewhere between 77 to 87%. Inflated by that amount, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, contracts, I am told, were only signed for payment. There were contracts signed which were plainly shams, never intended to create genuine legal obligations, and these documents were backdated, and they could not find valid construction agreements, detailed scope of works, clear payment terms, or change order provisions. Mr. Speaker, this one says, according to the reports, it says that they have identified parts of the payments, Mr. Speaker, for roads that do not even exist. Roads that do not, there are as many 8 roads that were assigned, Mr. Speaker, and those roads were fictitious roads. Those roads were fictitious. Extensive searches were done and the roads could not be found, Mr. Speaker, and these non-existent roads amounted to $17.3 million of work, Mr. Speaker. $17.3 million. Mr. Speaker, they were invoicing for payments for non-existent work. And even where roads were found, Mr. Speaker, the audit discovered that they submitted invoices and received payments for projects where the company undertook no work and they had not substantially completed the work, Mr. Speaker. This is what was done, Mr. Speaker, according to this particular report. What it shows, Mr. Speaker, is that the findings of this report shows that personnel may have acted dishonestly. The collusion have involved the submission of invoices with the existence of roads, the existence of work, the cost of work, coupled with falsified and completion reports from members of the Assembly and so on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, these are very important matters, and these are matters that this particular piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, is giving teeth so that we can catch the criminals, Mr. Speaker, and we can ensure that justice is served in this country once and for all. Mr. Speaker, this is what was taking place, and I didn't say this. It was the former Prime Minister who said that Alan Warner is his friend. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I believe he was acting as a courier to take up a firearm user's license from Trinidad to Tobago for his friend, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, could you imagine that? This is what we are discovering day by day in these ministries. That is why when persons can't get their roads fixed, they can't get box trains, the money was being siphoned by friends, families, and financiers of the People's National Movement, Mr. Speaker. That is where the money was going. But, Mr. Speaker, it isn't finished there, you know.
What? No.
I thought I finished. No, man. Mr. Speaker, we are going to deal with something in this particular bill in the Companies Act. And in the Companies Act, what we are doing now is that we are going to now ensure that there is nothing called a nominee director. What do I mean by that? A nominee director. That is someone who fronts. The real owner don't want to place his name on the company's records. So he therefore has someone called a nominee director. They exist in some jurisdictions, but in Trinidad and Tobago, the policy is there will be no nominee directors. Mr. Speaker, there's an article in the newspaper titled, "Relatives of the PNM General Secretary awarded $15.6 million in AGC contracts before April 28th general elections." Who is that, Mr. Speaker? Who do I speak of? There are 2 or 3 companies that are affiliated here, Mr. Speaker. One, I think it's Pical Investment Limited, Pical Services, Mr. Speaker, and we also have Rivulet Investment Group, and we have Clydon Enterprises. Mr. Speaker, according to records of the HDC, Pical Services received the sum of $2.69 million for maintenance and repairs on the 16th of April 2025. No tender type stated cost exceeds simplified procurement limit of $1 million. Imagine that. That is not all, Mr. Speaker. Clydon, $2.4 million on the 15th of April 2025. Clydon Enterprises, $2.475 million, 15th of April 2025. Pical Services Limited, Mr. Speaker, $2.1 million, 15th of April 2025. Pical again, Mr. Speaker, $2.5 million, 15th of April 2025. $2.4 million, Mr. Speaker, 15th of April 2025. Pical again, Mr. Speaker, 2.48, 15th of April 2025. And all of that, Mr. Speaker, the note that I have, no tender type stated cost exceeds simplified procurement limit of $1 million. Rivulet Investment Group Limited, $2.4 million paid on the 15th of April 2025, which is a mere 2 weeks or so prior to the general election, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, Pical again, $1 million on the 16th of May, Mr. Speaker, 2025, and that also we looked at in these documents. And Mr. Speaker, I believe one of the directors on Pical. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I wish to. And that is what they don't want to hear. They are nominee directors, Mr. Speaker, and we are going to make that unlawful, Mr. Speaker, and we will catch the real criminals. We will catch them, Mr. Speaker. We will catch them. Mr. Speaker, there's another group of friends, Mr. Speaker, under the RDC that was getting plenty money. They were getting a lot of money. And my colleague from the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, that RDC company, Mr. Speaker, there was one company, a group of company, who really the beneficial owner there is one Bikram Ramnarayan, Mr. Speaker. Bikram Ramnarayan. Under the RDC, $248 million worth of contracts were given out. Under the RDC, he got 25% of that. 25% of that. 3 companies it was passed through, Mr. Speaker. It was coming through Sycon, INU, and one Noah Distribution Limited. And Mr. Speaker, you know what's the comical thing about one of those companies called Noah Distribution Limited? That company, one of the directors there is the daughter-in-law of Mr. Bikram Ramnarayan, Mr. Speaker. And that company, when you look at the company's documents, was set up as a restaurant, Mr. Speaker, but they were billing box drain and San Souci, Mr. Speaker, for $1.3 million. And all of the projects that they have tendered for, Mr. Speaker, came in between 3 and 5% of the engineer's estimates. Wow. That is what was happening in this country. That was what's happening, Mr. Speaker. I am told, Mr. Speaker, that Bikram Ramnarayan is a Tobago pal of the former Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley. I heard that they like to eat fish broth. Not broth, no, fish broth in Tobago, Mr. Speaker. And you want to know on top of that, Mr. Speaker, the son of Mr. Bikram Ramnarayan
Mr. Speaker, may I please?
Purchased...
Mr. Speaker, point of order, 48-1. I mean, fish broth and all of this. I mean, Mr. Speaker, no, please, please.
I think you could leave out some of the invective. I think you're tying it into the nominee directors, but leave out some of the invective, please.
Very much, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, would you believe now that after getting all of these contracts and so on, Mr. Speaker, the son of Mr. Bikram Ramnarayan purchased the personal black Prado of the former Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley? Wow. Friends, Mr. Speaker, families, financiers of the PNM, Mr. Speaker. What we are doing, Mr. Speaker, is we are stamping out corruption. And as much as Aruka, Lopino, Arima, Port of Spain North would want to stop me, Mr. Speaker, they all sat quietly in the last cabinet, and all of this was going on. So Arima, the member for Arima, could try to sanitize the PNM how they want. The members sat in the cabinet silently while all of this was taking place, and the blame must be bolted directly to the chest to the member for Arima. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, the people of Trinidad and Tobago condemn them to opposition, and they will stay there for a very long time, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
That is why they will stay there.
Mr. Speaker, 48-6. He said, encourage all of these.
No, he did not say that. He did not say you encourage. He said you sat silently. There's a difference, but I don't see it as imputing any improper motive. I don't think he imputed any improper motive.
Mr. Speaker, you may not have known what was happening, so I am here to explain to the population and my friends opposite what was taking place in the former government, Mr. Speaker, under their noses, Mr. Speaker. But you see, they were busy power struggling and who will be leader and who will be prime minister for a day and so on, Mr. Speaker. But we are here about serious business and the governance of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we intend to do in this country. Mr. Speaker, I know we have only about 2 minutes again before we take the break. But, Mr. Speaker, there are other very important matters that I would want to address under the Non-Profit Organizations Act and so on, and the Partnership Act. But, Mr. Speaker,
it's 4:40. You're due to your time expires. Subject to the convenience of the members, we can continue and take the tea break after you finish.
Sure, Mr. Speaker. I thank you. I thank you very much, and the members of the House, Mr. Speaker. I thank you. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you, I have no more juicy details. Oh, no. Mr. Speaker, I now have to get technical with respect to certain matters here. Mr. Speaker, what we are going to do also with respect to the Non-Profit Organizations Act is that we are going to add names and locations of branches of NPOs and so on for the information available in the public register to be maintained by the Registrar General and there's a new requirement for the NPOs to maintain records of the members, as they already do for the controllers and so on. And Mr. Speaker, as we said before, that we are going to have a compassionate approach when we deal with businesses, companies, and in particular, members of those non-profit organizations. And Mr. Speaker, I want to just give some indication of how we are going to deal with that, because initially we did say that we are going to reduce the taxes or the penalties, in fact, of those members who may be non-compliant. And I do understand, Mr. Speaker, based on complaints and so on, that there have been challenges with Cross. There are some people who have challenges. There are some people who have realized that it's a more efficient system and so on. Mr. Speaker, at the Ministry of Legal Affairs, we are actively looking at this matter. It is getting the care, attention, and detail that it requires because we understand the essential nature of the company's registry. But with respect to the NPOs, Mr. Speaker, we are again reducing those filings from $300 for the late penalties to $100 because most of these NPOs in Trinidad and Tobago perform such a valuable task, especially for members of Parliament. We partner with them. We look forward to working with them for the better improvement of our country, our community, and our constituencies, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there are also some other amendments to the Companies Act that deals with other matters with respect to other than the nominee directors and so on, but we are also going to introduce an offense against external companies for failure to file annual returns for consistency with equivalent provisions for locally incorporated companies. We are closing the gap with respect to beneficial ownership disclosure requirements for external companies which are not publicly traded on the TT Stock Exchange, because we realize that some companies, because you trade on the stock exchange, you're required to list all of your beneficial owners. And some companies traded on the stock exchange may have hundreds of persons who are beneficial owners. So now we are going to deal with that, Mr. Speaker, requiring some of these companies to adhere to the company's framework and let them fall under the TT Stock Exchange. So there would not be two separate bodies that are monitoring these publicly traded companies, but rather one. And the real body to do this will be the TT Stock Exchange or the Securities and Exchange Commission, Mr. Speaker. We are amending a particular section which creates amnesties to allow the minister to set clear periods rather than only being able to extend the period without having to go to Parliament for a substantive amendment to the section. Again, we are acting in a way to bring some level of relief to Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member for Diego Martin Northeast speak of land ownership and the beneficial ownership of land, and that they were going to use the property tax to discover who is the real owner of the lands. Mr. Speaker, we have to reject that particular argument by the member for Diego Martin Northeast. This government, Mr. Speaker, in fact, on the campaign trail, made it clear what we are going to deal with property tax. If that is what they were going to use property tax for to deal with ownership, it meant that they have failed, Mr. Speaker. We on this side are looking closely at modernizing land registration and land ownership and the registry system for land in Trinidad and Tobago so that it makes it transparent, Mr. Speaker, with respect to land ownership. So because they don't want to do the work, Mr. Speaker, they make excuses. We on this side, we are not about excuses, we are about action. We're about action. Then the minister said that by repealing the TTRA, we may in fact be downgraded. I think he said that, the member for Diego Martin Northeast. Mr. Speaker, it is a crying shame that a former Minister of Finance will make such a ludicrous statement. Our position has been very clear. If it's not the first bill or second bill that we brought to this Parliament, was to repeal the TTRA, which we did, promise made, promise kept, promise delivered. Mr. Speaker, you can go through the 40 recommendations of FATF. I have them before me, and you will find nowhere inside there that says we must have a TTRA. What we are doing is that we are modernizing an independent board of inland revenue. We are taking away the ministerial conduct and influence in tax collection and tax examination from the hands of politicians and putting it and leaving it with an independent institution preserving jobs, and creating a robust, modernized Board of Inland Revenue. That has been our position, and it will continue to be our position. So while the member made such inaccurate, wrong statements, Mr. Speaker, we on the side are rejecting all of those. This bill, Mr. Speaker, he wants us to take this to JSC to drag it out, Mr. Speaker. We are about action, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you that the Ministry of Finance that piloted this bill consulted with the Ministry of Legal Affairs. We consulted, we talked to each other. I don't think that was happening with the former administration, Mr. Speaker, but we on this side, we speak with each other, and I commend the Minister of Finance for that comprehensive piloting of these two pieces of legislation. I thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, the people of Barataria San Juan, the government supports the Minister of Finance in these particular two bills, Mr. Speaker, and I thank you very much.
Members, we've gone past the normal tea break, time for the tea break. I propose to take the tea break now, and we will return at 5:25. Thank you very much. Port of Spain South.
Mr. Speaker, I listened with intent to the contribution from both the honourable member from Faizabad and Barataria San Juan, and particularly as it relates to factor compliance. The facts are that the government was required to have all legislative amendments passed and in place by the 15th of August 2025, and this was not done. So for the honourable member to come in this House and say different in light of the undisputable fact means that he was either not being forthright or was simply ignorant. Either way, that cannot augur well for Trinidad and Tobago. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, I am advised that this failure on the part of the government has led Factor to reprimand the government for being tardy and not meeting the August 15 deadline. So maybe in his rejoinder, the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Minister of Finance, could clarify that issue. But, Mr. Speaker, I am not surprised by the submissions made by the Honourable Member for Barataria San Juan, because it is my respectful view that as part of a government, he embodies what is exactly lacking. When I listen to what his contribution was, and if I'm correct, Mr. Speaker, because the facts are the facts, you know, they're stubborn things, what does it really mean to govern well? You must have some honesty at least, some integrity, and some consistency. I heard a speech from the Honourable Member for Barataria San Juan, and one will not imagine that in this same House, on the 15th of November 2025, these words emanated from his mouth, and 2024. And to be sure, he was the first responder to the then Honorable Minister of Finance, the Venerable Mr. Colm Imbert, one of the longest sitting members in this House, the longest. And when he got up to speak, Mr. Speaker, I want to quote him on this very said bill that he has stood before this House and regaled us with tales of who sell who car to whom. This is what he had to say. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute on this omnibus bill that includes several pieces of legislation, including amendment to other omnibus bills. And he goes on. He says, so it's like Inception. It is, Madam Speaker. If you have seen that movie, it's a dream within a dream. That was his contribution to this bill. He likened it to the movie, if you haven't seen it, I recommend it, Leonardo DiCaprio, I think, Inception, a dream within a dream. But then he went on. He then said, at the end of the day, while we live in a global community, we as the opposition are protectors of our Constitution. If we raise objection in the public interest, it does not mean that we are objecting to the legislation, but it's our right to ensure that respect is given to our democratic principles outlined in our 1976 Republican Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the 180-degree turn here today cannot wipe away the words uttered by the Speaker on that occasion, the Honourable Member for Barataria Sanwan. What happened is no longer Inception. He spoke about some contract in Tobago and some selling of cars. Well, that, Mr. Speaker, reminds me of the movie Inspection, because I must be living in a dream within a dream. What about EMBD? $200 million. $200 million. $17 million pales in comparison. What about Eden Gardens? Allegedly sold, bought at $152 million, being worth $50 million. The value at $50 million, bought at $175 million. That's a dream within a dream. And then the coup de grace. What about the Piarco scandal? They can use the Piarco scandal as the epitome. It could be, that is the template to follow the money, both nationally and internationally. Use it. So, Mr. Speaker, that is what is called a dream within a dream, because I sat in amazement. It is actually worse than Satan correcting sin. It is pure Satan. Mr. Speaker, there are fundamental issues with these two pieces. Well, this omnibus legislation, there are fundamental issues. First one that comes to mind without even reading, there is the clause 3, which says that this bill seeks to amend the trustee ordinance. Mr. Speaker, you would know from your multiple years in practice that the trustee ordinance of Trinidad and Tobago is the framework of laws that governs how trusts and similar legal arrangements are managed and regulated. It is an old piece of legislation that has its roots in the protection of assets and banking and other financial institutions. So what we are doing here, what we purport to do here, is to amend that piece of legislation. That is all well and good. What part of the legislation, what part of the ordinance is being amended? Well, when you go to the factor, it amends and it includes now, and this is the section, trustees of express trusts or administrators of any other form of legal arrangement shall, within 30 days of a written request being received for information on their beneficial owners from competent authorities, provide any information in its register of beneficial owners to the competent authorities. That is the amendment, Mr. Speaker, that is being sought of the trustees' ordinance, and it is clause 3B, Roman numeral 1, 2. And it goes on. For the purposes of this section, competent authorities has the meaning assigned to it by section 57A1B of the POCA. So you have to go to the POCA to see what and how the definition of competent authorities pans itself out. When you go to POCA and that particular section, Mr. Speaker, this is what you find. 57A1B. For the purposes of subsection 1F, the term competent authorities means public authorities with designated responsibilities for combating money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing, and includes the FIUTT. We have no problem with that. Here's what B says. Public authorities that have the function of investigating or prosecuting money laundering, associated predicate offenses, terrorist financing and proliferation financing, and seizing or freezing and confiscating criminal assets, receiving reports on border transportation of currency and bearer negotiable instrument, receiving reports. And 2, supervisory or monitoring responsibilities for ensuring compliance by financial institutions, listed businesses with anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and counter-proliferation financing requirements. Mr. Speaker, where's the specificity of who will be these competent authorities, public authorities, under section 1B2? Which bodies are these? The powers that they have are far-reaching. It is simply too vague. If these authorities exist already, Mr. Speaker, why not simply name them? Name them so all institutions can know what are the competent authorities who make up the public bodies who will have the power to ask questions under that section of the trustees' ordinance, Mr. Speaker. It has not been done. This is sloppy drafting. That is just one example that comes to mind, and I didn't even have to go further to read because I just followed the legislation, and there we have it. Mr. Speaker, the bills are far more than administrative adjustments. They are transformational instruments, and if passed without a critical eye, they will have, in my view, lasting consequences for the economic integrity and regulatory landscape and the constitutional rights of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We recognize the importance of our obligations, especially those set by the factor, and we understand the import of financial crimes. But we cannot in good conscience turn a blind eye to the various lacunae that exist. Unlike the past opposition, who is now the government, we will not approbate and reprobate. The factor in and of itself is good. And it took the actions of a government under the People's National Movement to have Trinidad and Tobago removed from the grey list in February 2020. If the honourable member from Faizabad had one iota of honesty in him, he would have given the PNM government its due kudos for its what it has done. Smoke screen and mirrors. They try. Listen, don't be surprised if they didn't win the javelin, you know. When we rewrite the history next 20 years, you will hear one of them run and win the silver, and the next one throw the javelin. At least I have awakened Couva North. She will join to say that the first Prime Minister was Grantley Adams. Let me continue. The nature and the timing of this bill requires some plodding. First and foremost, why is this bill being rushed? Well, we have the answer. Because they're out of time. They missed the deadline since the 15th of August. Trinidad and Tobago, we're really winning. They sent a questionnaire with blank spaces. I'm not surprised about the blank spaces. What happens now is that they're trying to play catch up. So they want to rush the legislation through this parliament, hoodwink us and say, oh, we're performing. That's why we don't want to go to a GSC. You do not have the luxury. Well, you still do have the luxury, actually, of going to a GSC. But because you missed the deadline and you were not man enough to admit it, you're coming here to rush us today. It is what it is, Mr. Speaker. We're winning. The real economic risk is that of over-compliance. Come clean. That's all you have to do. Come clean. I missed the deadline. Let's move on. The mere action of ticking boxes, that's what they're doing here, you know. The ticking boxes with some disappearing. A public servant would have given certain advice. Well, fact to say, you're missing this, you're missing that. That's all they did. They ticked the boxes without going through the implications of what they're bringing before this parliament today. There is a real economic risk of over-compliance with this slew of legislation that has been brought here today. The mere action of ticking boxes is not enough. There's a disproportionate burden that is going to be placed on the people of Trinidad and Tobago relative to compliance if this bill goes without being amended. The bills being presented, while globally standardized, do not appear to be designed to the peculiar economic socio-realities of Trinidad and Tobago. The shopping penal, DB. Hold on. The doubles vendor in St. James. The sole practitioner accountant. The sole practitioner attorney. Have they been considered by this legislation? Let we have platitudes coming from the honourable member from Faizabad. Oh, we will fight crime. You didn't fight crime with Ish and Steve? Let us be clear. We can't whitewash this, you know. And they will not rewrite the history of Trinidad and Tobago. Just last week, a court in Miami said enforce the $23 million US that could build schools and roads. I wonder if that case too will be withdrawn. 200 million US, wow. Let us be clear, with interest, the intent of the International Anti-Money Laundering and Counter-Terrorism Framework is noble, but intent alone does not equal equity. And the reality we face today is that the compliance imposed by these bills operate more as a blunt instrument than a calibrated tool. Mr. Speaker, maybe some thought went into it, but it was not well thought out. The effect of these bills will undoubtedly shift scarce fiscal and human resources away from real financial intelligence, real crime fighting, and real developmental imperatives, and simply to check boxes for factor compliance. And the fallout, both economic and reputational, will put us right back on the grey or even the blacklist. The impact of this on the financial sector, I want to spend a little time on that. I want to spend a little time on the potential impact on the financial sector. If we look at the broader impact of these bills, particularly with respect to the financial sector, we will see that Trinidad and Tobago has a robust and dynamic financial industry. However, under the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill and the Miscellaneous Provision Bill, we may be unknowingly imposing onerous and disproportionate burdens on our financial institutions. By and large, these institutions operate within the law. And if we are going to be compliant, we should at least have those institutions within our reasonable contemplation. This bill does not do that. For example, the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill mandates enhanced due diligence, reporting, and surveillance requirement for financial institutions. While the goal of preventing the financing of weapons of mass destruction is one that we all support, the application of these provisions must be proportional. You must weigh it up. What are the chances of Trinidad and Tobago having its history going and being part of weapons of mass destruction, that you would put an onus on a financial institution? Because we have persons in Trinidad whose names are Saddam. For example, Mr. Speaker, this is not just a theoretical concern. Representatives from the financial institutions have expressed their concerns about the increased cost of administrative and compliance cost if these bills are passed. The financial sector can continue to grow, it can remain competitive and provide services without fear of the weight that will crush them under the pressure of this bill, Mr. Speaker. And it goes to the very issue of consultation or the lack thereof. I have heard that it has been said by the Honourable Member for Barataria Sangwan that there was consultation. Here, what his definition of consultation in his mind, that the Minister of Finance consult with his ministry, and that's consultation. That really is inception. What about the actual stakeholders that require consultation? You know, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not gigging, you know. Because I am making a serious point. He said that the consultation occurred when the Honourable Minister of Finance consulted with his ministry, and that's consultation. Well, there we go. They have rewritten now 2,000 years of common law on what is consultation and meaningful consultation, because they have totally eliminated stakeholders. Himself to himself, he was charged for speeding. He said the other man lied. Mr. Speaker, there's serious issues we are discussing here. The issue of consultation in a democracy that respects the rights and aspirations of the people must tell you that if you're going to affect fundamental rights, that you must have not just consultation, but meaningful consultation. Parallel to the so-called stand your ground consultation, couldn't they have done this one time? Kill two birds with one stone? Not one iota of evidence of consultation. How many Trinbagonians know what these bills truly entail? How many listed businesses know that what these bills entail? How many leaders, financial professionals, everyday citizens have been made aware of the long-term consequences of these laws, how it affects their livelihood, their freedom, their financial security? This is not just about compliance with FATF, it's about engaging in meaningful dialogue with the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And they continue to boast, yes, you win the elections, but the word on the ground, and for one thing, listen, in Port of Spain South, we just carry it. We carry, listen, she's in a category of her own, but in Port of Spain South, we just carry it. And the word of the people is the voice of God. And the voice that we're hearing is not a nice voice. Fool me once. Fool me once. But they say you're not going to fool them twice. But go on. The time for honoring yourselves will soon come to an end. Take it from me. The time for honoring yourselves will soon come to an end. Mr. Speaker, let me continue. Was there any meaningful conversation with the banking industry, the insurance industry, the Small Businesses Association, the NGOs? What we have had instead, Mr. Speaker, is a hurried process to make up for a deadline that has passed already and a reprimand that is looming over our heads. The lack of provision for addressing unintended consequences is another issue that I would like to address, Mr. Speaker. The lack of provisions in this bill for addressing unintended consequences is that the government has presented us with a set of regulations believes will achieve its goal of countering financial wrongdoing. But what happens when innocent people or legitimate businesses are caught up in the crossfire of overly broad regulatory powers? In this Parliament, we have already seen ad hominem legislation. I remain strong on that. What will happen now? What will happen now when there is no regulation, where there is no oversight by the court? I dare say it opens the door for a Section 13 challenge. And I'm sure they would line up their cohorts to defend it, but it is what it is. It is what it is, and the lack of consultation in the process is an Achilles heel in this legislation that is proposed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's another concern that I have. It's a concern that was echoed out of one side of the mouth of the Honourable Member for Barataria San Juan. The concerns over sovereignty and national security. I hope that the relevant persons are listening and absorbing. As I stated before, this bill does not seem to be written with the realities of Trinidad and Tobago in mind. It is a near verbatim transposition of FATF recommendations and other international frameworks. While we recognize the need to comply with global standards, our Parliament must not act as a rubber stamp for Paris or Geneva. This is a country that has enjoyed a long period of independence and self-determination. While we understand the importance of international collaboration and the need to comply with global norms, Mr. Speaker, there's a clear danger of losing control over critical aspects of our financial and security infrastructure. The opposition is concerned that this bill may open the door to the further erosion of our sovereignty under the guise of international compliance. In particular, we question the level that the FATF will have on domestic policy under the provisions of these bills. We are entering into an era where decisions about our national interests could be driven more by priorities of other countries than ours. That is a concern that I have, and I raise it with the greatest of sincerity. Our Parliament must never become, in my respectful view, Mr. Speaker, a mere vessel for the implementation of external mandate without scrutiny and oversight, and particularly without tailoring it to meet the needs of our unique constitutional, economic, social, and historical realities. This government has failed to take that into account in the drafting of these bills. We say that global compliance must not come at the cost of constitutional integrity. Global engagement must not require national capitulation. Our sovereignty must not be sacrificed at the altar of international expediency and pressure. That's my respectful view. Mr. Speaker, I now turn briefly, and I mean briefly, to the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill, which in and of itself, Mr. Speaker, again, is a laudable attempt at bringing some legislation that will align us to...
Unless you wish the 15 minutes.
I do wish to take 6 of my extra minutes, please. All? We must remind ourselves, Mr. Speaker, that while deterrence is measured through punishment, Mr. Speaker, I await the hubris that will follow. I will hear it somewhere in the coffee shop. While deterrence is often measured through punishment, justice is measured through proportionality. A penalty that is so severe to be economically ruinous for a small or medium-sized business ceases to be a deterrent, and it becomes an act of suppression. An act of suppression, and coming from Port of Spain South, we say an act of oppression. I will have to have several clinics in Port of Spain South to make the person who's selling in her shop aware of what is going on here today. Let us consider the economic reality of Trinidad and Tobago. 85%, over 85% of our registered businesses are micro, small, or medium-sized enterprises. Many operate with slim margins, minimal legal support, and limited capacity to absorb the cost of compliance, let alone the cost of litigation and potentially punitive fines. For such businesses, the proposed penalties represent an existential threat to their existence. So what you'll have to do when you couple CPEP and URP is you have to couple small businesses that are being attacked now. What is the result? Instead of promoting compliance, we run the risk of driving businesses underground, discouraging entrepreneurship, and a chilling and, in fact, a neutering of economic activity. It is counterintuitive, because my advice, and when we come to the budget debate, I will go a little more on that, Mr. Speaker, to the people of Port of Spain South is don't rely on no government at all, Rely on yourself. So that when whoever come, any butcher, any whoever come, when they do their act, they can't call you collateral damage. Don't rely, be it UNC or PNM, rely on yourself. And I will call it the Irma Scotland model. That is what I will call it. I'm trying, but with this now, you have to teach them not just business, but how to work around FATF. You understand? That you could never take back those words, collateral damage. Lyle Thompson turning in the grave because of you. Lyle Thompson turning in the grave. Let me continue. Mr. Speaker, Clause 12.1 of the Counter-Proliferation Financial Bill tells us a person who knowingly contravenes or fails to comply with these provisions is liable to a fine not exceeding $5 million and imprisonment for 7 years. Is this proportionate justice, Mr. Speaker? Or isn't this legislative overkill? You remember Hosein. I remember him. A good boy. Clause 12.4 goes even further. It empowers the supervisory authorities to issue a notice requiring the regulations to the satisfaction of the supervisory authority and pay the applicable administrative fine. In other words, the regulator is the prosecutor, judge, and executioner. Where's the balance? Where's the buffer? This is dangerous. It's a dangerous concentration of power. Clause 12.15 makes it plain that the notice shall be binding upon the appellant, and the appellant is required to comply unless the High Court grants a stay. This offends the very principle of due process. So you comply after the order is made without you being notified before, and then you have to go to get a stay. We are saying that businesses, to the businesses, pay first, comply first, argue later. So your business is ruined, you have no money, but go to legal aid and go to the High Court and try to get a stay. Clause 12 is not regulation. I call Clause 12 strangulation. It imposes the penalties of up to $5 million and 7 years imprisonment, grants the regulators unchecked authority to impose fines of $1.75 million, makes notices binding even while the appeals are pending. They can't be serious about this legislation. Exposes directors to personal liability. This clause offends the very essence of proportionality, due process, and constitutional fairness. And we think it ought to be rejected. Mr. Speaker, if we accept this bill as is, it is creating a system where punishment is not merely a deterrent, but it will be a death sentence for 85% of the macro and medium businesses that operate lawfully in this country. What is needed here is a graduated and at least a proportionate penalties on a scale. It's like a sentencing process, Mr. Speaker. The nature, if the breach is deliberate versus an inadvertent breach. I didn't know the 15th of August was a deadline. The scale and capacity of the entity involved is medium, small businesses versus large institutions. The harm caused or the risk posed. We should be advancing legislation that promotes risk-based compliance, not fear-based paralysis. And this is what this bill is doing. The real danger is not just non-compliance. It's the creation of a financial environment that is so inhospitable that legitimate actors may very well opt out of and say, look, we will go to informal and unregulated alternatives, because if we comply here, if we try to comply, we will never be able to, and it is too onerous. What safeguards are in place that ensures that innocent parties will not be wrongfully affected? We need answers to these questions, Mr. Speaker. We need them before we proceed with any further readings of this bill. But because the deadline has passed, there's a rush. Honourable Speaker, I'd like to conclude by saying that the opposition is not in principle opposed, because we are the ones who took us out of the grey and into the light. We understand the importance of ensuring that we are compliant with international standards. We take proactive steps to do that. But it cannot be the steps where all you do is see what factor has said you're missing and you put it in and you do not consider the local circumstances. What happened to analysis? We cannot allow this government to push forward this legislation unchecked, unvetted. What is the impact on the financial sector? Has any studies been done? Has anything been produced? We call on the government to pause and reflect. Don't be too hard on yourselves that you missed the deadline. It happens. It happens. Pursuant to Section 64(1)(c) of the Standing Orders of the House of Representatives, I ask again, maybe in vain, but I must ask and put it on record. So when, as I read from the Hansard, I am ready, they will see that I asked for it, that this go to a joint select committee. And I ask for that irrational reason. Well, we missed the deadline, but I didn't tell the speaker. That be taken out of the mix and honesty prevails for once. Mr. Speaker, in ending, not only do I want to congratulate Keishwan Walcott, but Jeremie Richards also won a silver medal. I want to congratulate him. In a time of pure darkness, it's like a Faustian deal was made. There's a heaviness in the country. They lifted our moods. And I felt, how I felt in about 5.5 months, I felt a little light. That some good news came, some good news came. And Mr. Speaker, I will not. Mr. Speaker, so I want to congratulate both Mr. Walcott and Mr. Richards. I think Richards is from Port of Spain South. We will double check that.
He's from
Mr. Kizar.
We asking him to
we asking him to move down to C lots. Mr. Speaker, I wish to congratulate him. This is the end of my contribution. Thank you.
Before I call on Caroni Central, I have one inquiry. I make this inquiry on behalf of myself, Port of Spain North, the Attorney General, and Arangwa, St. Joseph, all lawyers who are interested in public law. The 2,000-year-old case you referred to on consultation, you could give us a copy, please? Thank you very much. Caroni Central.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to join this debate. And I must bring some sanity after listening to Port of Spain South. Now he's running away. I don't know where Port of Spain South. I don't know where Port of Spain South is running. I mean, Scotty, you need to. Mr. Speaker, before I get into my presentation here this afternoon, I sat, and I'll tell you about the deadline. That we did not miss. We did not miss that deadline. I will tell you about it. Mr. Speaker, I sat on that side for 9 years. 9 years. Debating over those 9 years. This said same very piece of legislation that underneath the Minister of Finance, we will bring some sanity to this country and bring back financial astuteness in our country. I want to start off by saying I want to compliment my Minister of Finance on a comprehensive presentation. That the member for Diego Martin Northeast timed his presentation at 77 minutes, and if he's correct, that is the importance that the Minister of Finance felt that he had to bring clarity to this country after 9 years of this factor piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. Those same gentlemen on that side, from San Fernando East, come right up to Aruca, Lopino. What's that? Tasi. All right? All sat in the last cabinet for the last 9 years. I know Aruca Lopino just came in recently in the last 4.5 years. But the rest and Port of Spain South. But they all understood this piece of legislation that we are debating here today. They all talked in the last 9 years about patriotism when we sat on that side and they were doing the same thing here this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And when we challenged certain pieces of the legislation over the 9 years, they talked about that we weren't patriotic. We had to listen to 2 attorney generals over the last 9 years, and they did not know what they were doing. But my Minister of Finance this afternoon and our attorney general will correct the wrongdoing by that side. They talked about legislative drafting, and I'll go on. I had to listen to the Davendranath Northeast, who served as the Minister of Finance for the last 9 years. And he talked about technocrats here this afternoon, as if the technocrats did not advise them and have advising this country over the last 9 years on this very said piece of legislation. And I want to pay homage and compliment and say thank you to the technocrats of the Ministry of Finance who have been doing yeoman service for this country over the last 9 years. And I know some of them. And also legal affairs. I see my colleague has joined me. I had to listen to the member both Port of Spain South and Davendranath Northeast, talked about, and contradict each other. Because I heard the member for Davendranath Northeast, when he first started up in his presentation, he said he had no issues with the bill on counter-proliferation. And then I listened to the member for Port of Spain South, and he had some issues. So I do not know if the left hand doesn't know the right hand in that opposition, Mr. Speaker. But I want to tell you, our Attorney General and our Minister of Finance, we collaborate and we meet and we understand what is required to put our country in the right footing as far as finance is concerned, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, both members, Davendranath Northeast and Port of Spain South, talked about we missing the deadline of August the 15th. And I want to say I have it in good information, that we did not miss the questionnaire deadline. We submitted on time. So I know my Minister of Finance in his wrap-up might add to it, but I want to put it here right now. We submitted on time, Mr. Speaker. So when the members on that side waves, and I listened to the Davendranath Northeast member, talked about carrying this piece of legislation to the GSC. And that's a matter of they're using to stall this piece of legislation. They're trying to stall because over the last 9 years, they didn't do it. They did not do it, right? All of a sudden now, where's the patriotism? Where's the patriotism that they asked us to assist them in passing these pieces of legislation over the last 9 years, and we supported them on many occasions. Correct. We challenged certain issues and certain clauses, and we got them to agree, but at the end of the day, we saw the benefit of supporting this piece of legislation for the good of the country. And I will tell you the reason why we supported it, and you all should support it this afternoon. Because in the past, they used the same words that I'm going to use today, the same reasons. Because if we do not pass these pieces of legislation, you would have a disruption in the correspondent banking relationships. We know that. You all used to tell us that. The member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, when he debated, used to say the same thing. So he understands what I am talking about for the good of the country. Not passing these pieces of legislation affects and has an issue de-risking by foreign financial institutions. It also restricts measures by multilateral institutions and development partners. It also adds reputational damage that undermines foreign direct investment, capital flows, and trade facilitation. I want to repeat that. These pieces of legislation are very critical in respect to bringing foreign direct investment into our country, capital flows into our country, and trade facilitation. Are you telling us here today that you all on that side do not want this to happen? I don't think so. I am sure the member of Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, I am sure he understands what these pieces of legislation can do for the good of the country. And the funny thing about it, Mr. Speaker, that these same pieces of legislation, and I know there's a third one, I would not get into that, I wouldn't want to preempt that, all right, anticipate that piece of legislation. These same pieces of legislation really and truly has been on the drawing board and over the last 9 years. And it has taken us in 4 months to really bring this piece of legislation and to get it done, and it will happen, and we will get off the grey list that we so much desire to come off. Mr. Speaker, you know, I listened to the member for Diego Martin Northeast, and I'm really disheartened by what he has been saying in his presentation. Because of all persons as a past Minister of Finance, he should understand the critical issues with this piece of legislation. He should understand what it can do to assist this country going forward with our European Union partners. He should understand, and he's well aware of the work that has gone through in the past with the technocrats at the Ministry of Finance. So it is not any new pieces of legislation that has just cropped up. It is a continuation of what has been happening underneath them for the last 9 years. But I want to say to the country here this evening, Mr. Speaker, that those people on the other side, when they were in power, did not have the will to make it happen. And we, on this side, will make it happen, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, when I listened to my colleague this afternoon, the Minister of Finance, and he gave a very comprehensive clause by clause on both bills, on the mutual bill and also the Counter-Proliferation bill. He went through clause by clause. He took his time to explain. As a matter of fact, I found he explained a little bit more than what is the norm in this Parliament chamber. But at the end of the day, it augurs well to give clarity to what is required in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to touch a bit on beneficial ownership. And, you know, the member paints as if this is a member for Diego Martin Northeast, as if we are springing surprises on businesses. Mr. Speaker, the bill refines what is already in place under the Companies Act, the Partnership Act, and the Trustees Ordinance, proclaimed in October 22 to October 2024. Before proclamation, there were stakeholder workshops, and I want to let the member for Port of Spain South be aware, if he wasn't aware, that they had stakeholders consultation, not only between the Ministry of Legal Affairs and the Minister of Finance, but they had several consultations over the past few years. So I'll just outline, for example, in 2018, they had consultations. Sector consultations ran between 2021 to 2022. Policy papers were published and posted in December 2021. Mr. Speaker, the technical engagement happened. The sectors were heard, and the language before us reflects that input. We are not rushing these pieces of legislation, Mr. Speaker. We are finishing what they started for over the last 9 years. Correct. The honourable member, I think both Diego Martin Northeast and Port of Spain South, they are confused. They are confused because they're not accustomed being on the opposition side, trying to debate from an opposition point of view. They just don't want to agree with the government of the day, Mr. Speaker. They just cannot help themselves. You know, but I know the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, when he gets up, will be of a different ilk. I am sure of that, Mr. Speaker. I am sure of that. Mr. Speaker, you know, the member for Diego Martin Northeast, you know, talked about the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill. And the member scoffs at the definition of proliferation financing because he says we don't have nukes. We don't have nukes, Mr. Speaker. I know he made a comment about a past and someone that was in the media recently, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to let him know that the Counter-Proliferation Bill is an important piece of legislation that is required by FATCA to get us off the grey list, Mr. Speaker, and it has to be part of our legislation, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the penalties in clause 12 and 13, the member talks about concerns for small operators, NGOs and professionals. We all care about the proportionality, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly why the bill mirrors existing poker penalty architecture and aligns with the FATCA recommendation 35. Sanctions must be effective, Mr. Speaker, proportionate and dissuasive from both natural and legal persons. Weak symbolic penalties invite non-compliance and turn the thinnest gate into the widest breach. Mr. Speaker, what we have drafted is consistent with the AML and CFT norms, calibrated to our risk and familiar to regulate sectors, Mr. Speaker. Compliance supports continues. Impunity does not. Mr. Speaker, the members on that side parades a list from real estate to jewelers to NGOs to imply chaos. Mr. Speaker, those sectors have been under the FIU framework for years. This bill harmonizes requirements and consequences so that good actors are protected and bad actors are deterred. On lawyers' confidentiality and accountants' burdens, Mr. Speaker, all recognizing existing law. But confidentiality cannot be a shield for dirty money, and administrative oops cannot be permanent excuse for systemic non-compliance. Mr. Speaker, the balance in this bill is the same balance responsible jurisdictions worldwide. Mr. Speaker, let me just address clause 10 because the member went into it squarely, because here the member is most confused. That is Diego Martin Northeast. He asserts the Board of Inland Revenue already has the power and points to the Criminal Tax Investigation Unit. Mr. Speaker, with respect to that position, confuses administrative audit powers and with an explicit criminal investigative mandate, and that distinction exists already, what clause 10 fixes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first, what does the Income Tax Act currently provide? Section 97, and I'm going into this because the Diego Martin Northeast member went into it. Section 97, the board can compel information and attendance for the purposes of this act, assessment, administration, and enforcement to the tax audit sense. Classic administrative powers, Mr. Speaker, not a standalone criminal investigative charter. Second, Mr. Speaker, Section 117, the board can inspect records and obtain bank information again, framed for determining assessments or objections. Powerful in the audit context, Mr. Speaker, but purpose-limited. Courts routinely distinguish between civil tax administration and criminal investigation. And the reason why I'm going into this, Mr. Speaker, is to give some information and life to what, and reality to what the member for Diego Martin Northeast talked about the BRR and what the Minister of Finance had said. So I just wanted to bring some clarity to that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on confidentiality, today disclosure is tightly cabined secrecy rules with narrow exceptions. These pathways enable corporations, Mr. Speaker, but they also underscore how specific Parliament must be when empowering the board to operate in criminal space. Clause 10 aligns the board's investigative posture with those secrecy frameworks, rather than relying on creative reinterpretations of audit powers. Mr. Speaker, we are strengthening due process, not weakening it. Mr. Speaker, the FATCA is ambiguous. Tax crimes predicate offences for money laundering, and competent authorities must have adequate investigative powers and effective cooperation mechanism. Mr. Speaker, Trinidad and Tobago has been marked down in prior evaluation because the tax authority role looked administrative instead of investigative. And the member for Diego Martin Northeast, Mr. Speaker, you know, I was taken aback that he did not really come here this afternoon and said he will give the support that is required for these pieces of legislation to really move the country forward. That has not been happening under their tenureship for the last 9 years. We went through two attorney generals. One is Mr. Faris Alwari, who now is in the other place. As attorney general, he had piloted this piece of legislation. And then you had another attorney general who piloted the same piece of legislation, but did not have the wherewithal and the will to get us off, to move this country off the grey list, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's another piece of legislation, I know we'll do it another time, that also impacts on this particular regulations or amendments that we require to move the country forward. Mr. Speaker, I don't plan to be long. I know it's already been long. Mr. Speaker, and as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, these two bills together are comprehensive, coordinated package that protects our financial system from abuse, safeguards our economy, and defends our sovereignty. They are not abstract legal texts or foreign impositions. They are the tools that will restore trust, attract investment, protect our people, and secure our place in the global financial community. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of promises without power, we bring power with accountability, beneficial ownership, visibility, administrative monetary penalties, and counter-proliferation freezes now. This is not Brussels' agenda or Paris' agenda. It is Trinidad and Tobago's agenda. We protect our banks, our jobs, and our reputation. The test is effectiveness from paper to penalties, from guidance to enforcement, from talk to teeth. We choose correspondence banking over correspondent begging. These bills keep doors. These bills keep our doors open for trade, tuition remittances, and investment. Criminals thrive in the shadows. These bills turn on the lights. Fintech in this country will grow here, but with guardrails, not guesswork, innovation and integrity together. Sovereignty means we enforce our laws in our courts to protect our people's money, not that we ignore global standards and pay the price. If the opposition could not deliver anti-money laundering provisions in 9 years, let them not deny the country these provisions we deliver in 4 months. This UNC government, as I end, meets the standard, protects every taxpayer dollar, and reopens Trinidad and Tobago for trusted business, Mr. Speaker. Failure is a policy choice, and it is not ours. I therefore urge all members on that side to support these two pieces of legislation here today, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well said. Boris South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, my friend from Caroni Central, whilst well-intentioned, did get into a bit of misleading. The first thing I'd like to start off by saying is by the mere reading of the title of the bill, one can immediately come to the correct conclusion that these are amendments that are being imposed on us, because it is called the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill. So by definition, what we're here today to do is to fulfill obligations that are being imposed on us by this international regulatory body called FATF. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that, because as my friend from Caroni Central quite rightly pointed out, we in Trinidad and Tobago would run the risk of losing correspondent banking, which means that we can no longer have transactions, banking transactions internationally, if we don't follow what is being requested by this body called FATF. And then there's another body called Global Forum that is the EU equivalent. But here today, what we're dealing with is FATF compliance. I'd also like to correct the record to say we will pass this today, tonight, And in months to come, the government, or whoever is the government at the time, will come back to Parliament with proposed amendments. Because the truth is, in combating what we're seeking to combat here, which is corruption, transnational crime, and also anti-terrorism terrorism financing in an anti-terrorism manner, the goalposts are always shifting. Because the truth is, the criminals do not pause in their tracks. So every time you plug holes with legislation internationally and globally, there will be changes. So to stand here today by anyone on the other side to try and sell to the population that it is what we're here today is doing something that could have or should have been done in the last 9 years is completely false. I'd also like to say that slipped into this Miscellaneous Provisions Act are other pieces of legislation, amendments to pieces of legislation. There are 13 acts we're being asked to amend here today. Very importantly, the Trustees Ordinance, the Prevention of Corruption Act, known as POCA, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, the Proceeds of Crime Act, which is POCA, the Prevention of Corruption Act, the Anti-Terrorism Act, the Police Service Act, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago, the FIUTT Act, the Income Tax Act, Companies Act, Partnership Act, Registration of Business Names Act, the Securities Act, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act. And I'd like to start at the outset by saying the opposition will support legislation that protects the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. We'll always do that. But it is our duty, and I take the duty personally very, very seriously as a representative for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West, that if we spot there are areas that there can be tweaks, there can be amendments, there can be improvements, it is our duty to point that out to the government. They can choose to do it as they will and as they may. It is also our duty that if we see that there are potential infringements on citizens' constitutional rights, we must enter the debate and put forward our concerns on behalf of those we represent to ensure better legislation. And I could say at the outset, a bill like this that is 120 pages long or 101 pages long, there will be errors. I take you immediately, Mr. Speaker, to Clause 5. Clause 5 reads, the mutual assistance in criminal matters is amended. Obviously missing from there is the word act. It should read the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act is amended. It can't be the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters is amended. And it is our duty, wanting the best legislation for Trinidad, to point these simple things out. We've heard about amendments that will be proposed by the Honourable Member for Viceabad. We haven't seen them as yet. We await them. But there are certain provisions in here that it is our duty to raise specific concerns about. And it is not in objection to the purpose of the Act or in objection to the purpose of the amendments. I can start immediately by saying I congratulate the members, the government, and those who drafted this for bringing specific provisions that I am sure are not in compliance with FATF. They have introduced in this Miscellaneous Act bill certain provisions that finally allow immunity for law enforcement officers who are in covert and undercover operations. And that is something that will move us forward because it is absolutely necessary. I'm sure the member for Tunapuna would have appreciated those types of legislative protections as a police officer. Because up to this point, the only protection police officers had, and law enforcement officers, who were operating in undercover operations or passing illegal goods with criminals, was the hope that the DPP would offer no criminal charge against them. So today, I could say at the outset, this legislation that introduces that, for example, if we go straight to the section that deals with the amendment to the Police Service Act, Clause 5, something called control deliveries. I am sure that wasn't a FATF compliance issue. But what it does is it improves the law of Trinidad and Tobago, and that is something the opposition can and will support. That evidence obtained as a result of the conduct of controlled delivery on undercover operation is admissible in a court of law. Because before there was this lacuna in the law that put police officers and law enforcement officers at risk of criminal charge if they were in undercover operations, for example, transacting in illegal firearms or illegal drugs. They ran the risk of being charged, and the way it was being dealt with prior is to get the approval of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution not to prosecute them for that. So that is good law. It does not mean that there are not other areas that we will endeavor to assist and to point out that need to be looked at very, very carefully. For example, dealing with the trustees' ordinance and the proposed amendments. These are good, because what it is doing is a recognition globally that the use of trusts are sometimes abused and false trusts are set up, and they're trying to get behind that. So to stand here today by those on the other side and to say, oh, that wasn't done before, we have been seeing the introduction. This government had introduced the registration of beneficial ownership to be companies' registry. That was the plugging of that hole. But what we're seeing here today is they found other loopholes that need to be plugged. So I start by saying, or I say now, that these proposed 13 separate amendments are 13 separate pieces of legislation. Many of the proposals are admirable and appear to be aimed at targeting, Mr. Speaker, corruption, terrorist and criminal enterprises. And we have no objection to policies and good legislation with such objectives. That is the combating of corruption, terrorist financing, and criminal enterprises. But as lawyers, we always know the devil is in the detail. So if we go now to the first bill, the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025, the first concern that I have, Mr. Speaker, is where we are amending the trustees' ordinance at clause 3C, and you're saying at C2, you're now inserting a new subclause 5 and 6 and talking about competent authorities and saying it will have the meaning assigned it under a new section 57A 1B of POCA, the Proceeds of Crime Act. And you need to go now to section clause 6 and you look at what is going to be this new definition of competent authorities. And I have a concern. And the concern is we are now broadening it to this undefined body called public authorities. Who are public authorities? Could it simply be a ministry setting up a department that they say the functions of that department are for investigating or prosecuting money laundering with no oversight? Is this not something that we should define a little tighter? Is it not something that if these public authorities already exist, we should not list? Because what you're doing is you're giving them very, very broad powers that can infringe on any citizen's rights without oversight. You then go, Mr. Speaker, to the Prevention of Corruption Act. And again, I was pleased to see that we're introducing the concept and the definition of embezzling. So we're now saying at clause 4A that we're going to amend the Prevention of Corruption Act, and any practitioner knows how bare bones that particular act is. And now we're saying that the embezzling To embezzle means the stealing of money by a person who is responsible for such money, or money that belongs to the employer of that person. Again, an excellent addition, because we know that takes place, and unfortunately, too often it may take place in the public service, but it is not limited to the public service alone. And then we get into what was referred to earlier by the member for Barataria Sawa, the foreign public officials, and these particular new insertions into the Prevention of Corruption Act of 5A and 5B. Unfortunately, it was watered down, respectfully, the submission, because it was used for political purposes and to go down certain lines and to talk about a Tobagonian who has been targeted by those on the other side and by the former Prime Minister, and to mix and muddle an important debate like this today. And quite rightly, the member for Port of Spain South pointed out in this tit-for-tat manner that while you want to talk about that, why don't you talk about EMBD? Why don't you talk about Eden Gardens, etc.? These, unfortunately, don't have retroactivity. But what we're seeing introduced here now are important additions to the Prevention of Corruption Act. It is good language, it is good intentions, but I submit at this stage the language needs defining. When you look at, Mr. Speaker, Clause 4 and what is being proposed at Clause 4B, and in particular the new 5A to the Prevention of Corruption Act, we're saying a person who is a public official commits an offense under this act where he deprives the state of revenue to which it is entitled. And that is where the member for Barataria Sawa sought to put in certain examples according to him. But this needs further definition. What do you mean by deprives the state of revenue to which it is entitled? I could see when you get into a court of law that becoming a huge dispute and a back and forth by a defense. These are the things we need to tighten up respectfully. It goes on to talk about soliciting gifts from foreign officials. Again, I am glad that we're now introducing the bribery of foreign public officials, because we know that it can happen. Embezzlement or misappropriation of other diversion of property, funds, or security. A person, this is 5D, a person holding a public office shall not intentionally embezzle, misappropriate, or otherwise divert for his benefit or the benefit of another person or entity any property, public or private fund or securities, or any other thing of value entrusted. That is an excellent insertion, because what it does now is put criminal sanction on persons who breach the public's trust when they're put into positions of authority in public life. We then go to the next clause 5, which is where I pointed out a short while ago there's a missing word, and the act. Act is missing. And this is all about mutual assistance in criminal matters. Mr. Speaker, mutual assistance in criminal matters is a critical component in the fight against corruption, and especially transnational corruption. But I use this opportunity now to register a serious concern. And that serious concern is specifically in relation to a mutual assistance matter, or a matter that deals with us in a foreign jurisdiction, and a crime or crimes that they claim were being committed by one of our citizens, and they requested an extradition. And after, it was the Prime Minister, the Honourable Member for Siparia, then Prime Minister in June 2015, who stood up.
About that. As we know, hang on a bit, as we know, the matter is before the learned judge for decision. Submissions have been made, the matter is before the learned judge for decision. you could speak euphemistically about it, but I think you should tread carefully with it on that. Because simply the matter has been adjourned for decision. That's all I'm going to tell you. You are skillful enough to wade your way around it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I smile because we know that matters that may be awaiting decision may be curtailed way before the decision comes. So, Mr. Speaker, I use this opportunity to register concern that when requests are made under legislation like the one we're being asked to amend here by foreign governments, that should be taken very seriously. And we must not allow it to be swept under the carpet or swept out the door. We move on now to one of the meatiest pieces of amendments, certainly in terms of the number of clauses being proposed to be amended in the Proceeds of Crime Act. And I see that we're seeking to delete the definition of drug trafficking and drug trafficking offense, because now what we're doing under that act, if you go to E, 6A1E, you're seeing that now we're going with this broad definition of criminal conduct. And we're saying criminal conduct which constitutes an offense in Trinidad and Tobago or occurs outside of Trinidad and Tobago and would constitute an offense if it occurred in Trinidad and Tobago. So that catches all. Again, a good amendment. But I want to point out why it is the opposition has to intervene. So you look at that, and what it is saying is you're getting rid, and when you go through this part of the legislation, you're seeing the deletion of all references to drug trafficking and drug trafficking offenses. But then you go to 6C, which is on page 13, and they say we're repealing subsection 4.1 and substituting a new subsection 4.1. And you see the new substitution says, if the court determines that the defendant has benefited from the commission of a specified offense that is not a drug trafficking criminal conduct. So again, an obvious deletion, because we're seeking to remove that, but here you're inserting it in the new section 4, subsection 1. So these are some of the things that need to be addressed. But let us go back now. The whole of this part of Clause 6 is all dealing about where a person is convicted of criminal conduct and proceedings in magistrates' court or in the High Court, and is now establishing a process where after conviction and sentence, you can have confiscation orders. It would be useful to know, and hopefully a speaker coming after, or maybe the member for Faizabad in his wrap-up, would tell us, because I have often wondered how many confiscation orders have been made. Because again, it is a useful provision. The only way we will ever be able to seriously combat criminality is by taking the money away from the criminals. So you're convicted, seize their assets. It is not being utilized enough. And I will use this point to put on record that when the last government put in place follow your money legislation or explain your wealth, it was certain persons assisted by those on the other side who challenged that through the courts. And these are the important provisions in law that allow law enforcement to seriously take a bite out of crime and criminality. So these proposed amendments, Mr. Speaker, appear to deal with confiscation of proceeds of crime via confiscation orders. And we will support the government in ensuring, if we can, that those orders are utilized more. But let us move now to the new proposed Section 32. So you go to N in Section 32, repealing subsection 1, substituting the following subsection. And this is an area of concern for us. You're now seeking to put in place a new section 32(1) to read, a police officer may, for the purposes of an investigation in or outside of Trinidad and Tobago, into A, criminal conduct, B, whether a person has benefited from criminal conduct, C, the extent or whereabouts of the proceeds of criminal conduct, or D, a cash seizure, apply to a judge for an order under subsection 2 in relation to particular material or material of a particular description. We have to have proper safeguards in place to prevent abuse. Because we've seen all too often where provisions such as this have been utilized in an abusive manner and infringe the constitutional rights of our citizens. You turn the page now, dealing with criminal property. And I say this is a good principle, is making it an offense to enter into an arrangement to retain or control a person's proceeds of criminal conduct. I look forward to this provision being applied, because all too often there are persons who are hiding the fruits of criminals for them. And now what we're doing is we're introducing that is going to be a specific criminal offense. And again, you'll see here in the Proceeds of Crime Act in poker, the new introduction of a section 50A for undercover operations. I'm sure that wasn't on the basis of a FATF recommendation, but it is absolutely necessary. So, Mr. Speaker, those are some of the benefits of the legislation as well as some of the concerns. Then we go to the Anti-Terrorism Act. Clause 7 deals all with the Anti-Terrorism Act. And again, admirable. This one, I feel certain, some of it would have been to make us FATF compliant. But I was quite surprised to see that for the first time now we're going to have, in Trinidad and Tobago, it appears, specific offenses for hijacking planes. So again, maybe it's a FATF requirement, or maybe in looking at anti-terrorism law, maybe it was in the pipeline before, but again, those are things that we can support. Threatening and intimidating a person to seize an aircraft, the offense of hostage taking, the offense of hijacking a plane. No one in their right mind, and certainly no one on this side, could object to such provisions. And then you go again, this is under this particular Anti-Terrorism Act, and you see the insertion of a new 24D, which is undercover operations. And again, I have to highlight it because it is good. So, Mr. Speaker, we then go to the Income Tax Act. That's the next area I'd like to direct attention to. The provisions that are being suggested, the amendments to the Income Tax Act. That's found at Clause 10, and the introduction of a new 97A. And this is where I have concerns. Because what it is doing is it's giving the board investigative powers, which I agree it should have. But then when you look at the new proposed B and C to 97A, it says that the board shall have the authority to investigate any offences under this act or any other offences that comes to its attention, and in the exercise of such authority. First of all, how are we adding in, or why are we adding in, or any other offense that comes to its attention? So is it now that anyone can walk into the Board of Inland Revenue and tell an officer at the Board of Inland Revenue that this person has drugs or has guns, and the Board of Inland Revenue is now charged with the authority and the jurisdiction to go and investigate that? We need to define it very, very carefully. It should only be related to offences under the BIR Act or other taxation-related offences. We cannot have it as broad as it is being proposed, because it is then giving the authority, meaning the Board of Inland Revenue, the ability and the authority to require any person to produce and make available for inspection and examination any books, records, documents, or other material that the board considers relevant to the investigation. That should be limited alone to matters of taxation and to engage and cooperate with law enforcement agencies or other. So the point being made there is, whilst you broaden the powers, make sure that it is restricted to the parameters of this statutory body. As we all know as practitioners of law, the statutory body cannot drift beyond the parameters of the statute to which it finds its genesis. So we need to tighten that up. And of course, the dealing with the nominee directors, and again, the member for Barataria Sawa can resist the opportunity to get on this political soapbox. Helping me. Just to deal with a couple points raised. So, Mr. Speaker, we on this side will support Trinidad and Tobago being FATF compliant. We have absolutely no desire to stand in the way and to put us at risk of not having correspondent banking. In fact, I personally made 2 trips to the US Congress, along with other leaders from the CARICOM, to make the submission to them. And that is why what the member for Port of Spain South was saying about sovereignty is a real point. Too often it is persons sitting in rooms far away who may not even be able to identify on a globe where Trinidad and Tobago is, making these demands of us, not understanding how different we are to their perception, but how it would affect us. And that is why we have to ensure that in the implementation and domestic legislation, we don't just take their pills wholesale, and we ensure that it achieves the policy and the purpose of what is required, i.e. the fighting of corruption, the fighting of terrorism, the fighting of transnational organized crime, but ensuring that our rights as citizens are not trampled. And that was the point that we were making to the US Congress and the financial body that was there with oversight, that don't just pass these pieces of legislation and destroy correspondent banking in the CARICOM region, because we are not, for example, Trinidad. There's nothing about Trinidad that is a tax haven. So persons sitting, whether it be in Brussels or elsewhere. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I won't use the full time, but thank you. So we will agree with what will assist in keeping correspondent banking. The goalposts are going to be continuously moving, and there will be new legislation that will be proposed in the future. This whole debate about what was submitted on August 15th, our understanding on this part is, yes, the government submitted a questionnaire on August 15th, but specific parts were left out, and in particular, what is being referred to by us on this side is we were required to pass legislation by that date of August 15, and obviously that was missed. But as the member for Port of Spain South said, deadlines are missed. We are prepared to work with the government. You can't do it at a committee stage. You can't do it by just looking at a bill of 101 pages and ensure that everything is correct. Send it to a joint select committee. We will work with you assiduously to get it done. If you choose not to, because you have the majority, so be it as well. But we would have done our part on this side. So that is what we say was missing on August 15th. So, Mr. Speaker, the next bill on proliferation, I don't think much needs to be said about that. The member for Port of Spain South made certain submissions on it, and he may raise those at committee stage if he deems fit. We are not standing in the way of passage of good legislation, in particular legislation that will protect Trinidad and Tobago and its citizens, but it is our duty to draw the line and to say where we believe rights may be trampled and there can be tighter provisions in the legislation. With those words, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I intend to be brief, and I want to stick to just a few matters because I know that the Minister of Finance, who is going to wrap up, will go into the technical responses to the matters that have been raised. Now, Mr. Speaker, a lot of talk this afternoon has centered on the fact that the government missed a deadline in September. So I think that's a useful place. August, September. We missed a deadline. We were bad. Now, I want to remind the population of the fact that this government came into being when we started in May. We had our first parliamentary session in June, as I understand it. Now, if my math is correct, that would be June, July, August. 3 months? Now, the question of FATF compliance, it's not, this is an ongoing matter. FATF and FATF did not wait until the government was elected in May to say, you have a deadline in August. As a matter of fact, deadlines have been around for 20 years. That's a fact. Because I recall when I sat on over there, I hesitate to point, but when I sat over there were deadlines which were being missed all of the time. I was put on an aircraft one morning when we had some working planes at the time, aircraft, and asked to go to Curacao because we were in danger of being blacklisted. Now, I was given a couple hours notice, put on a plane without bathrooms, no facilities, and with, I think, 2 seats. And I was told, you have to go and you have to make a case for us not to miss this deadline. So the point is that these international institutions set timelines for countries like us. And Trinidad and Tobago is and has been the subject of some serious reprimands from FATF, from FATF. As a matter of fact, in this particular matter, as I say, we came into office in May. And if I recall, in March and April, there was a contest to determine who would occupy the reins of, well, who would take the reins of power. FATF had been in negotiations with the then government. From 2022. So, and sometimes the public servants do not work efficiently, but sometimes they do. Now, I have in my possession this afternoon some letters by my predecessor. And these go back a ways, and I won't detain us longer this afternoon. But this one is by a friend of mine, Reginald T.E. Armour, written in September of 2023. That's 2 years ago. And the subject is request for deferral of Trinidad and Tobago's MER during the first quarter of 2026. That's what we are about today. And when we speak about deadlines, it is a deadline in relation to that assessment that is to take place in 2026. That's what this is about. Now, my friend is asking, pleading with the authorities at FATF Secretariat to use the vernacular, to give him a blind. He wants extra time because he says that the 12th parliamentary term, which runs for a period of 5 years, is scheduled to end on or before August of 2025. This is his request, not mine. And that's since 2023. And then he goes on, because you have to give a reason. He says, there's anticipated to be a general election in line with the democratic process. This is him saying that. Democratic process, election 2025. And he says, in light of the fact that Trinidad and Tobago's national elections is scheduled for 2025, maybe he was seeing something. He says, and can be called at any time within 3 months after the dissolution of Parliament by the Honorable Prime Minister. He wasn't referring to anyone who is here this afternoon. Okay? That's all that I want to say on that. In 2023. But he says we'll be in the midst of national election process in 2025. Then he brings Tobago into it. THA will also be undergoing an election process January of 2025. I'm not sure that was just reading. Yes, yes. Not, the timings, plural, of these upcoming elections combined with the expected outcomes. I don't know what that means. Right?
You know he was going to lose.
But he says will directly collide with the 5th round timeline for Trinidad and Tobago. So he wants some time, right? And he ends by saying, I look forward to a favorable response. That was on the 18th of September 2023. Well, 2 days later, he got the response from FATF.
Tell us.
They said, you're being evaluated in 2026? No. That's it. Now, the point is...
And they didn't do anything about it.
That had nothing to do with us. This is... That is their correspondence. They are begging for time. And the answer is no. So why come and say this afternoon, as I heard in this house, that we made a request and we get both?
They got reprimanded. You will not pay attention.
Perhaps I'm using license.
Reprimanded.
I think the exact word was reprimanded.
Yes, Diego Martin noticed. You should have been
No
paying attention.
such thing happened. What took place is that there was an election at the end of April, the dead of April. And there was a new government in May. And there was a new parliament in June. And I met with FATF. I didn't write them. I met with them. And just in case they missed the memo, I told them that there had been a change of government and that I would not be doing anything in August of 2025. I told them that. That is it. Now, I did undertake to them to bring legislation at the earliest possible opportunity. And that is why we are here. So, with respect to the talk, Mr. Speaker, about us being late and so on and so forth, that is a sort of thing that happens somewhere else. We take responsibility and we do what we are supposed to do when we are supposed to do Now, in respect of the substantive matters, the compliance bill, FATF compliance bill, there are a couple things inside there. First of all, in broad strokes, the suggestion that we go to a joint select committee, we reject. And Mr. Speaker, we reject that suggestion because we see it for what it is. It's an attempt, I think. I mean, it may be that I am in an advanced state of innocence, but I strongly suspect that suggestion is one that is designed to delay our work and to ensure that we fall into arrears in the way that they work with the FATF. So we are not going to do that. We've brought the legislation, and to be fair, work on this legislation has been ongoing since before 2022. Because I read a letter to you in 2023, but my colleagues know that I am always prepared. I have correspondence going back before that. I have correspondence in 2022 and so on and so forth. I don't want to go there this afternoon, but the point is that work in this matter has been going on for years. And we do a great disservice, as my colleague, the Minister of Housing, said, to the public servants who are toiling across the street, watching us, and who have been toiling for years on this matter. To say to them this afternoon that your work is sloppy, because we are politicians and it suits us to suit some political agenda to throw the process back, to say that their work is sloppy, it's not up to scratch, we now need to go to a joint select committee, and so on. The same public servants from the Ministries of Finance, the Ministry of the Attorney General, those persons in the Ministry of Legal Affairs, the individuals from the stock exchange, I met with them this morning. They are all across the road looking at us and hearing some of us castigate their work and themselves in these terms that we have this afternoon. So I say shame on them.
Shame.
So we are going forward with these bills. They're not going to a joint select committee. Consultations have, in fact, as they probably are aware, consultations have taken place over the years by the public servants, by their bodies, with their respective stakeholders. And what we have before us is the best piece of legislation that they could have produced. To keep Trinidad and Tobago compliant as we are now with the FATF recommendations. Now, I said that I would stay away from the meat of the recommendations because my colleague, the Minister of Finance, is treating with that matter. But if you look at it, really and truly, yes, we have made a number of amendments. And yes, those amendments have been to a number of pieces of legislation. But the amendments have followed a particular theme. And that theme is, one of the core themes is the ultimate beneficial owner theme. It's a theme that my friend, the Minister of Legal Affairs, adverted to when he spoke in terms of, in colorful language about, not colorful enough, but colorful language. He knows what I'm speaking about directors and nominee directors. You see, since the war in Ukraine, the FATF has clamped down on this idea of persons owning property without putting their real names to the property. So when you had sanctions in the United Kingdom government was attempting to sanction properties in London. And then they realized that quite a bit of London was owned by Russians. They passed legislation. They influenced us in terms of they have an outsized presence, as does the United States, with the FATF. And they've been pushing this, what we call UBO, Ultimate Beneficial Owner theme in legislation. And if you look at the amendments to the Trustees Ordinance, the Business Names Act, the Companies Act, the Partnership Act, the Registrar General's Office, a lot of them are amendments which are consequential upon those requirements. There are other things that the FATF and the FATF have pushed on us. There's a recommendation 30 to which the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West grabbed on to. The member enjoys his knowledge, limited as it is, about the operations of the police service and so on. So there is this thing about control delivery and undercover operations. Well, that traces itself right back to an FATF recommendation. It is the recommendation 30. So that, just to sum up, no one can have a problem with the non-proliferation statute. The member for Diego Martin Northeast admitted to that. And I take it that that is the position of the bench, although, as one of my colleagues says, that is not definite. But in terms of the compliance law, what I say is that the law has been well thought out. There has been consultation. It is not going to a joint select committee. I wish to thank the public servants who have worked on this matter. And some of whom were here earlier, but all of whom are just across the road looking at us. And I commend the bill to the House, and I look forward to the winding up of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't think that there's much to respond to.
No.
I think my colleagues on this side effectively treated with a lot of what was said on the opposite side. There are just one or two things, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to clear up before we move to the other stage of this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, I don't know why it is, but it has become a habit of the members opposite that whenever legislation or actions are taken by this government to treat with anything engaging, confronting any sort of legislation or actual action to confront crime and criminal activity in Trinidad and Tobago, I can't fathom why the members of the opposition always seem to have a problem with it. I cannot fathom the logic, especially since they are supposed to be representatives of people. They are supposed to represent the interests of their constituents, and by extension of the oath that we all took when we signed up for this job. When we took our oath of office to represent not just our constituents, but our country. So I can't understand why then the opposition always seems to have an issue, a complaint, a stumbling block for the way forward. My colleague, the Honorable Attorney General, has indicated that maybe they want us to fail. Maybe that is the intention. Maybe it is not something as nefarious as those members opposite seeking other interests other than the ones that we seek, which is for the national benefit of Trinidad and Tobago, for citizens to be in a safer environment, for criminals and persons involved in criminal activity to be persecuted and prosecuted, Mr. Speaker, because that is what this legislation does. The legislation that I took pains to go through, Mr. Speaker, in great detail so that the listening public and members opposite would understand what it is we are doing and why it is important that we have the support. And yet, Mr. Speaker, and yet members on the opposite side stood up. I don't know if it is, like some of my colleagues, I have sat on that side as well for 5 years. I have sat on that side. And on every occasion when we rose to speak from on that side, we rose with positive contributions designed to improve the legislation that we were debating on this side, on every single occasion. Ironically, Mr. Speaker, we got two sides from that same side today. Ironically, on the one hand, the member for Diego Martin Northeast. And I can understand now why the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West fired him as Minister of Finance. I understand why now. It is a level of complete incompetence, Mr. Speaker. We are here today treating with this piece of legislation, these pieces of legislation, that they should have brought. The members opposite, when they were in government, they should have brought it. Today we heard a different story. Today we heard that we will bring this today and tomorrow there will be changes, etc., 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 and we'll have to come back. Yes, but these very pieces of legislation that we are discussing today could have and should have been done by those members opposite. They alone can answer to themselves, to the population, and to God as to why they failed to do it. I would not want to ascribe nefarious intent, Mr. Speaker. I would not want to do that. I would say only that I'm concerned when we have elected representatives speaking from both sides of their mouth. On the one hand, saying that I have no fundamental objections to legislation, and on the other hand, asking for legislation to be stalled, to be stymied, to be thrown into a joint select committee for time to pass, just so that either the legislation gets stalled and doesn't go forward, in which case, Mr. Speaker, and that's a frightening thought, because if that is what was happening, it means that we would not have money laundering. We would not have this legislation which seeks to target money launderers, which seeks to target illicit proceeds of crime. And that is something that we should have been anxious to support the members on the opposite side. It is ironic that the member for Port of Spain North, St. Anne's West spent close to 45 minutes saying that reading bills, reading excerpts from the bills. I understand that he had nothing else to say, so he had to read the excerpts from the bills. And saying, Mr. Speaker, this clause, very good. We support this clause. This other clause, very good. We support this clause. This one, very good. We support this clause. It is a pity that when he was Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, for the very brief period that he was Prime Minister, that he didn't expedite the passage of this legislation. It is a pity that when he was Attorney General, he didn't expedite. It's a pity that when he was Minister, Mr. Speaker, he was never Attorney General? Oh, my humblest apologies. It is a pity that when members on the opposite side were on this side, they did not take the initiative to protect the interests of the population of this country. And today, Mr. Speaker, today, they have every possible piece of advice to give us. Every possible piece of advice to give us. They believe that the population have forgotten that they were sitting on this side 6 months ago and failed to do what they should have done. But that, Mr. Speaker, that is not the characteristic of this government led by the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar. We will take the action, I said it earlier, we will take the action, we will take the fight to the criminals, and we will win, with or without those members opposite. With or without them. It will be good, Mr. Speaker, for the national population to see that all parliamentarians are willing to work together for the benefit of our country. It will be good. I have great hopes that this legislation, Mr. Speaker, will see the benefit of members on the other side who claim to accept their responsibility, who have said today that they will support good legislation. When now faced with good legislation, Mr. Speaker, I want to see if their word has any value. Another member spoke about if I had one iota of, what's the phrase? One iota of integrity. One iota of honesty. I find that ironic, Mr. Speaker, because I know that that gentleman would not understand or recognize honesty, whether he sees it, feels it, smells it, tastes it, or touch it. He would not he will not recognize an iota of honesty because he has not seen it when he wakes up in the morning and looks at the mirror, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for Degomartin Northeast, and I think the road was traversed fairly well by my colleague, the Minister of Housing. When we spoke about the amendments to the Income Tax Act, and I spoke specifically about empowering the BIR to investigate these sort of nefarious activities. The member jumped up and said you could check, pretended to look at his phone, you could check and go on the BIR website and you could see that they prosecuted this one. Mr. Speaker, my staff prepared some responses for me here to treat with that. But I think the population already knows, and I think, like I said, my colleague raised the issue already. The BIR will now be empowered to treat with investigations, not just having to depend on the submissions of revenue, etc. They will be formally invested with the potential and the ability and the integrity and the law to investigate allegations of these sorts, currently covered, and powers that they do not currently have will be given to them. I spent 77 minutes, according to the members opposite, 70-something minutes, explaining that in detail. It is almost like if stick breaking their ears. The same man who said it just recently. They were not listening then, and they are not listening now. But the population will not forget. The population will not forget, Mr. Speaker. I really don't want to get into the detail of the responding to the misinformation that was spewed by members on the opposite side, and I think my colleague has already indicated our position with regards to the request for sending these legislations to their respective debts. I want to mention something else, Mr. Speaker, as I wrap. I noted too in the contributions here a sort of language emanating from members opposite. I was very deliberate in my commentary. I spent the time trying to explain why this legislation was important and what each clause was supposed to do. But then I heard speaking verbiage from the member for Port-au-Prince South, who says that these pieces of legislation was economically ruinous. It could compromise our sovereignty. Who said that? He referenced acts of oppression, strangulation. He claimed, the member opposite claimed for that. The member opposite claimed that the FATF had reprimanded the government, repeating the claim made by member for Degomartin Northeast. Member for Degomartin South. Sorry, Port-au-Prince South. Member for Port-au-Prince South. Member for Port-au-Prince South. I really wish that you would have spent the time to do the people's business, to spend the time. I really wish you had spent the time, sir, to do your research instead of coming here today without information.
Port-au-Prince South, you've expended the juvenile energy now.
Well done.
I realize, but curb your enthusiasm. Let's get on with it, shall we?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really wish that members opposite had spent the time to pay attention to the contents of this bill, because I'm 100% sure that if they had, they would have recognized the value of this legislation, and their patriotic spirits may have been stirred. There is still time. There's still time, Mr. Speaker. There's still time. Mr. Speaker, there is still time, and we will see in a few minutes whether patriotism will trump partisan behavior. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, the Registration of Business Names Act, Chapter 8285, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, to give effect to the obligations of Trinidad and Tobago under the Financial Action Task Force, now be read a second time. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, the Registration of Business Names Act, Chapter 8285, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, to give effect to the obligations of Trinidad and Tobago under the Financial Action Task Force.
Call upon the Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 15.5, I beg to move that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it.
Honourable members, the question is that the House continue to sit until the completion of the business before it. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Right, so we put the question on. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68.1, I beg to move that the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025 and, Miscellaneous Bill Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, the question is that the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Keisha, which will this way? question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Attorney General, Honorable Attorney General.
Yes, we do. We have circulated those amendments, Mr. President, Chairman. They are uncontroversial. That's it.
The question is that clause 3 as be amended as circulated stand part of the bill. 3 be amended as has been circulated. My apologies. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stands part of the bill. The question is that clause 4 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Attorney General, Honorable.
We do have an amendment. It's been circulated. It is to delete 5E.
The question is that
Mr. Chair, before we go to the proposed amendment by the EG, just to point out, and I don't know how, if now is the appropriate time to fix it, at clause 5, the mutual assistance in criminal matter, you just have to add the word act.
It is a valid point, but it's an editorial point which can be corrected by the Law Revision Commission.
Yeah. So the question is that clause 5 as amended be part of the bill. Be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 5 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 6.
Question is that clause 6 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
One more change here. In paragraph C, we're proposing an amendment to delete the words drug trafficking. It's a draft.
The question is that clause 6 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 6 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 7 to 10.
The question is that clauses 7 to 10 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 7 to 10 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 7 to 10 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 11.
Question is that clause 11 stand part of the bill. Honorable Attorney General.
Some amendments which have been circulated, they're on page 2 and the top part of 3. I'm looking at the consolidation, they're in order.
Can I go?
Yes.
The question is that clause 11 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 11 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 11 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 12.
The question is that clause 12 stand part of the bill. Honorable Attorney General.
Yeah, it's an amendment. It's been circulated. It's just to create an offense for failure to provide the authorities with beneficial ownership information. As FATF, the FATF mandate.
The question is that clause 12 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 12 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 13 and 14.
The question is that clauses 13 and 14 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 13 and 14 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 13 and 14 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 15.
The question is that clause 15 stand part of the bill. Honorable Attorney General.
Again, it's circulated. In one is to correct a minor typo, and the other is to create an offense of failure to provide authorities with information on beneficial ownership. Again, so that's an FATF requirement.
The question is that clause 15 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the question is that clause 15 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 15 as amended now stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the House. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it is my honour to report that the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with this report from the committee.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2025. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, 1207, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, the Registration of Business Names Act, Chapter 8285, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act No. 7 of 2019, to give effect to the obligations of Trinidad and Tobago under the Financial Action Task Force, be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, the Registration of Business Names Act, Chapter 8285, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act No. 7 of 2019 to give effect to the obligations of Trinidad and Tobago under the Financial Action Task Force be forthwith read a third time and passed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? Having called for the division, as I've said before, I don't have a discretion. Division?
Mr. Padarath?
Yes.
Mrs. Prasad Bisessa?
Yes.
Mr. Tancoo?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Hosein?
Yes.
Ms. Amin?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maraj?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Dowlat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Sobers?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sicharan?
Yes.
Mr. Kesar?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam?
Yes.
Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rupnarayan?
Yes.
Dr. Gosain?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Abstain.
Mr. Scotland? Mr. Dana Brega,
Abstain.
Mr. Manning,
Abstain.
Mr. Marcel, Mr. Devines,
Abstain.
Mr. Birchwood,
Abstain.
Mr. Romaine,
Abstain.
Honourable members, I am to report the results of the division is the 27 members voted for the bill. There were 0 votes against and 7 abstentions. In circumstances, the bill has been passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Trustees' Ordinance, Chapter 4 of 1939, the Prevention of Corruption Act, Chapter 1111, the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act, Chapter 1124, the Proceeds of Crime Act, Chapter 1127, the Anti-Terrorism Act, Chapter 1207, the Police Service Act, Chapter 1501, the Financial Intelligence Unit of Trinidad and Tobago Act, Chapter 7201, the Income Tax Act, Chapter 7501, the Companies Act, Chapter 8101, the Partnership Act, Chapter 8102, the Registration of Business Names Act, Chapter 8285, the Securities Act, Chapter 8302, and the Non-Profit Organizations Act, Number 7 of 2019, to give effect to the obligations of Trinidad and Tobago under the Financial Action Task Force.
Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Implementation of the Recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, with respect to measures to counter proliferation financing, to make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act and for related matters, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for Implementation of the Recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, with respect to measures to counter proliferation financing, to make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act and for related matters, be now read a second time. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for Implementation of the Recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, with respect to measures to counter proliferation financing, to make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act and for related matters.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 68-1, I beg to move that the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, the question is that the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025 be committed to the Committee of the Whole. All in favour, say aye.
Aye.
Any against? The ayes have it. This House will now go into the Committee of the Whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Clause 1.
Question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 1 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 now stands part of the bill.
Clause 2.
The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. Honorable Attorney General.
Chairman, there is an amendment. It's been circulated. A, B, and C. C is editorial. A and B, those are to take out terms that are not used in the bill.
The question is that Clause 2 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 2 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Clause 3.
Question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. Honourable Attorney General.
Chairman, again, the amendment has been circulated. A is editorial. B, that amendment is to make the language more consistent with language used elsewhere in Clause 3(1)(a) of the bill. That's it.
The question is that Clause 3 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Clause 4.
The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. Honourable Attorney General.
Amendment circulated, Chairman. Both are editorial, A and B.
The question is that Clause 4 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 4 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is amended and stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. Honourable Attorney General.
Chair, this is an amendment. This is editorial as well.
I see. The question is that Clause 5 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 5 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended now stands part of the bill. And for the correction of the public record, in the previous amendments where I might have neglected to put on record that it stood part of the bill, for the avoidance of doubt, I hereby correct the public record to say those clauses as amended stand part of the bill.
Clauses 6 and 7.
Question is that Clauses 6 and 7 stand part of the bill. Question is that Clauses 6 and 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 6 and 7 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 8.
Yes. The question is that Clause 6 be amended as circulated. Clause 8, sorry. I beg your pardon. Clause 8. As amended be circulated. Be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that Clause 8 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 9 to 11.
Honourable members, the question is that clauses 9 to 11 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 9 to 11 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 9 to 11 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 12.
The question is that clause 12 stand part of the bill. Honourable Attorney General.
Amendments to E, B, C, D, editorial, circulated.
Yeah. The question is that clause 12 be amended as circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 12 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Clause 12 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 13.
Question is that clause 13 stand part of the bill. Honourable Attorney General.
A and B, editorial, amended as circulated.
The question is that clause 13 be amended as circulated. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable members, the question is that clause 13 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 13 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 14.
The question is that clause 14 stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 14 now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 14 now stands part of the bill. That's it. Honourable members, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the House. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the House. Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to report that the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025 was considered in the Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the House agree with this report from the committee.
Honourable members, the question is that this House agree with the committee's report on the Counter-Proliferation Financing Bill 2025. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Implementation of the Recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force with respect to measures to counter proliferation financing, to make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act and for related matters, be forthwith read a third time and passed.
Honourable members, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Implementation of the Recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, with respect to measures to counter proliferation financing and make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act and for related matters, be forthwith read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any against? Yes.
Mr. Padarath?
Yes.
Mrs. Prasad Bisessa?
Yes.
Mr. Tancoo?
Yes.
Ms. John?
Yes.
Dr. Munilal?
Yes.
Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Hosein?
Yes.
Ms. Amin?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Mr. Maraj?
Yes.
Ms. Mohit?
Yes.
Mr. Sturge?
Yes.
Dr. Bodo?
Yes.
Dr. Dowlat?
Yes.
Dr. Ali?
Yes.
Mr. Morris?
Yes.
Ms. Benjamin?
Yes.
Mr. Sobers?
Yes.
Mr. Watts?
Yes.
Dr. Sichara?
Yes.
Mr. Kesar?
Yes.
Mr. Elder?
Yes.
Mrs. Sam? Yes. Mr. Narayan Singh?
Yes.
Dr. Rupnarayan?
Yes.
Dr. Gosain?
Yes.
Mr. Thomas?
Yes.
Mr. Young?
Abstain.
Mr. Scotland?
Abstain.
Mr. Dana Brega? Mr. Manning?
Abstain.
Mr. Devine?
Abstain.
Mr. Birchwood?
Abstain.
Mr. Romaine?
Abstain.
Mr. Romaine?
Abstain.
Just report, right? Honorable members, I am to report that the results of the division is 27 members voted in favor of the bill. There were 0 votes against and 7 abstentions. Consequently, the bill has been passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Provide for Implementation of the Recommendations of the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, with respect to measures to counter-proliferation financing, to make consequential amendments to the Economic Sanctions Act and for related matters.
Upon the Leader of the House.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed.
Honourable members, the question is that this House do now adjourn to a date to be fixed. All in favour say aye. Aye. Any against? The ayes have it. This House now stands adjourned to a date to be fixed.